Is it working? Yes. Okay, everything is working now. Thank God. It only took 4 tries. Yay. Gotta love it when things bug up. It was all because of power outages. And is the game audio working? Yes, it looks like it is. All the settings should be the same. Unless something gross changed. Yeah, I always hate it whenever the power goes out or whenever there's a big update to things. Because it breaks everything. And yes, I know, it's all interconnected systems, but damn. I like the little dude. He's like a little spider murloc. But anyway, we're going to take him off because he's going to block doors. Yes, I know we could have gotten 500 gold from that. I turn my headphones back up. Think we're good? We need to ask around about the other parts of that helmet. And then we can go in there, get our actual quest, and do that one. And yes, I am finishing up breakfast while I'm fighting with this. I was originally going to do it whenever I was waiting for the ads to finish, but
You find anything?
rushing to fix
Think
things.
of those slimy bastards carrying. Like I said, we were treasure hunting.
Okay, yeah, they're looking for stuff in Durgan's battery. Blythen, do you actually know anything about it? Nope. Do you? Nope. Maybe Katie does?
Oh, it's you. I'm so glad you came by. I hoped I'd have the chance to thank you properly. They told me what happened. God's bless you, ma'am. I owe you my life. I know it was foolish of me to run in there, but this ring is all that I have of my family. Oh, I'm managing. Fenway's letting me stay with her until I'm back on my feet. Everyone's been lovely, really. It was hard seeing what's left of the house, but Rayvald says he's going to see a hut raised for me soon as they get the logs. Sentiment, mostly. When he first settled here, my grandfather had a ring fashioned from the first batch of ore he excavated. It was supposed to commemorate his fresh start. He passed it on to his daughter, and my mother gave it to me in turn.
Okay. So it's basically the person we saved from that one location. I'm looking for... I don't know where the other one is. Because Katie is one of them that we actually saved.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can...
Farewell. But yeah, I don't know who would actually know about that horn other than the hunter. Of course, there's the lady in here who might know something.
Something
Winna?
I can do for you?
Nope. We'll loot from that. We just got some fruit, which we can use it for cooking. Cooking is a halfway decent thing. Oh, and by the way, I did look up the dragon. I just completely flaked on that. I don't think... Well, we could. If we have something we can craft that can give +2 resolve, we can actually do the dragon. I looked it up, and the only way to solve it peacefully is to have 17 resolve. No, like, creativity or anything involved in it, just have 17 resolved. It's a straight stat check. Which is disappointing, but we can deal with it. But let's see actually if we do have a resolve. Endurance, Constitution, Perception. If we had Dragon Egg, we could do that. Dragon Meat. We have resolve on anything. So do we need 2? But I'm not seeing it on any of those. Maybe a potion would be, but I don't think any of them actually do that. Merciless Gaze? Maybe no, that's crits. Yeah, it doesn't look like it would. So we just have to find a way to get more resolve, and I don't think we have any gear that does it. Geared Wayne's Stens. I'm not sure what that is. It might be a piece of equipment we already have on. Doesn't look like it. We could also do the prostitution thing. I'd have to look up which one actually gives us what kind of bonus, but it's not a big deal. I was trying to avoid using that. I know what it does, but... Okay, so you could get it from there. Gonna wait until the circle clears, and then we'll grab it. Trying to think who else would... Yeah, I don't think we can get far enough away to get hidden here, unfortunately. Yeah, no. I think we'd have to have a high stealth and sneak around the edge and grab it that way. But yeah, if the stream just suddenly cuts out, know that's because the power flickered out. It hasn't done it for a few hours, but I'm just warning ahead of time. It has been a thing today. Because I live in the wealthiest third world country in the world. They actually have done, like, NATO and stuff like that have done studies and investigations into the US, and we do have absolutely terrible statistics as far as, like, number of kids who go to bed hungry. The healthcare stuff like that is mediocre at best. It's just a nice big clustercluck. But yeah, we need to ask around for the helmet pieces. I don't know if we'll find them. Maybe it's the village chief that we actually have to talk to for the other quest that'll give us information.
Got to speak up? My hair. Did you say so? Got to speak up.
So it's not her, actually. Teeth have been sanded smooth, preparation for carving. Nope, that's not it. We're looking for a horn and a helmet. I'm going to try. This is something I'm going to work on this year. I'm going to try to be less sweary, even though saying fucking shit and damn is one of the ways that I mentally process things. I know that's a weird way to describe it, but it is basically how I'm trying to think of how to describe it, but basically whenever I'm mildly cross in my brain, not angry, just like the wires are crossed, it helps clear them.
Feels like it's hardly worth putting the huts back up.
Better than standing out here shivering.
Are you an Audrban? Can we actually go out? I keep forgetting that there's been a few situations where it has just let us go into the water. I need to be aware of this. That it could still be a thing. Maybe you? You're a losser wagon and crew. Oh, darn. Like you really need your wagon and crew. All you need is a sword. A curse sword, nonetheless. This... won't forget what you did for me. Okay, so we saved him. Maybe it's you, Grind?
A fine thing you reached us when you did. They would have burned the fishery next, mark my words. And the last thing this lot needs is another excuse to knock off early. Anyway, excuse the mess. If there's something you need, the clerk can get you sorted. Just watch your step if you have a mind to look around. The floors are slick and none too pleasant to fall on. Been running it 4 decades now. Reckon I can tell you what you want to know. It may stink of fish guts, but there's no place more critical to Stalworth's survival. Herds come and go, so there's seasons when our catch sustains the village. But try telling these folk as much. We go home each day covered to the elbows in fish oil and entrails, reeking of our work. Stalwart's shrinking, but it would disappear if we lost the fishers. I drive them hard, but I can't afford to do otherwise.
What do you do here?
Just about everything. I track the day's catches and see that our nets and hooks are in working order.
Do you now?
My family's been in charge of the fishery since the early days of Stalwart. I know the best spots to find frost diver and iron-tooth pike, and I make sure we don't overfish the speckleback.
That's all I need to
Anything
know.
else?
No more information for me. We'll never be able to steal from that, except for maybe at night. I wasn't expecting anyone to come by the fishery for a while. Guess that's the proper way to go about it. Carry on like business as usual. See what you have, my dude. A ring of overseeing. Ability area of effect. Unfortunately, I think we can only have one of those, but I'm going to go ahead and grab it anyway, just to be on the safe side. And we have another summon. Additional summon options, always welcome. Saves our butts like crazy. So who wants that one? I mean, you have a good summon. You don't have a summon. You have a crap summon. You have a good one. You have a good one, and you don't have one. So I think he might be the one who gets the next one. We're going to go with Wizard Double down to her. So now he has a summon. And what is the blue one? The blue one might be regeneration. It is. Trying to remember what each of them. Endurance is important. This one is recovery, which reduces the hostile effects. So that's going to be the least important. But yeah, each time we load in, unfortunately, things get a little bit jumbled as far as where we're going to be putting things. That grants escape, which could be handy. Do we have something increasing the AoE? That's combust wounds. That's deflection. That might go away. Yeah, we'll do this to increase AoE, but I think we might do it on him first. He's got immunity to confuse, which is always nice. Noble creature, spell damage multiplier. So yeah, he has a crappy one and the iron worm. Ivory worm, sorry. And you already have overseeing here, so that means, yeah, we do just need you. We'll get rid of deflection. That should be a good start. You have second chance. You have second chance. You have second chance. And second chance can be a bane because it will give us 2 negatives if we're just surrounded and not doing something about it. But I think we'll be fine. The music is just like, it's an epic situation. And I'm just wondering, no, it's really not. But yeah, we're going to go around the edge of this place, see if we find any useful things, but I don't think we're gonna. Although we already have found one thing that's nice. Map-wise, it's pretty much Temple of Andra, Virgin's Wagon, and Thrisk's house again. I don't think she'll know
I hope
anything.
you've had some luck.
No. We won't be able to do hers until we actually go in there. But if I do find a way to get my resolve up by 2, I will go after the worm again. I think they said it was 17. At least I'm pretty sure it was. Maybe we do have a resolve on somebody else. There's a resolve 1. That's also resolve 1. Sorry. That's Chanter area of effect. Yeah, I don't see any resolve 2s. The reason we need the resolve is so that they'll actually believe that we are going to separate them from their other ones. It's really the only way to do it. But I'm pretty sure we do not have any plus resolve. Yeah, I'm mostly looking at the gold ones, because those are the ones most likely to have it, except for rings and stuff like that. Constitution, burn proof, exceptional, speed, range deflection, mirrored image. Oh, there's a resolve ring. Yay! Oh, we're getting 3 from this. I do want to see. Will that stack? It does. So ring and weapon are separate. So we could go do the dragon. Trying to think if there's anything else that we can do here besides the main quest and that dragon. Hopefully it's not buggy. If it is buggy and doesn't allow us to do it, even with Resolve 17, I'll just have to give up on the dragon. Would you happen to possess an old helm or a horn that looks like it's supposed to be attached to a helm? One of the villagers sold me this during the previous visit. He said it came from some rare lake creature that was quite valuable. It's been dismissed as junk whenever I tried to resell it, unless you know otherwise. Yes, it's part of an artifact I'm trying to recover. Ah, so not another bad investment on my part. 600 pans is the price. Done. Oh, we can see the ghost again. The world fades and your vision blurs. When it returns, you find yourself in the icy waters of a bay. Oh no. Your body numb from the cold and your lungs burning from exertion. Nearby are Ardell and Bardwin. Both of them are swimming madly in an effort to pass you. On the distant shore await the other members of your tribe, and with them Olara, daughter of the chieftain. It is for her hand that the 3 of you are competing today. Give up, Garode! Ardell passes you, and despite your best efforts, you can't quite catch up. You look around to see where Bardwin is, and it's by sheer chance that you catch sight of the sea serpent's head surging towards your group. And before the world stops, the memories trail lost without your guidance. Attack the serpent. Your fatigue falls away as you turn to face the serpent. It charges you, its jaws wide, its foot-long teeth flashing in the sunlight. At the last moment, you dodge to the side as its jaws snap shut. You're a hair too slow, and one of the serpent's horns tears open your forearm to the bone. You grit your teeth against the sudden pain and wrap your arms around the serpent's neck before it can turn around. It thrashes and rolls wildly, trying to throw you off. You hang on for dear life, weaker with every breath as your blood drains. You do the only thing you can think of and jam your fist straight through the serpent's eye, burying your arm as far as it can go. The serpent whips around in agony and your grip slips. You tumble through the air as your consciousness fades. The race! How could you have forgotten the events of the day? Garode looks at his hands. I remember it now, but I feel no different yet. Please, you must find the last part of my helm. Okay, so that's the second part. Where's the third part? The third part's going to be progression. 1 part remains. And I don't know what the fisherman's penance is. That's giving me 0 clues to that task. But now that we have this set up, I'm going to save because we've made actual progress.
Party before venturing forth.
I still think Baldur's Gate does that better. Probably because of the voice actor they had for it, I admit. God, that was a loud noise. But game, what are you doing? No. Lad, don't do that. Ah, fuck you. And you might notice that we're having a little bit of longer loads. Unfortunately, that is because I'm having to render while streaming today. It's not going to cause any issues. I usually don't do it because it can cause loading screens to take longer. That's about the only major issue it causes for this particular game. But I am behind on rendering. I haven't even gotten any of the...
The Gate of Great Teeth, you know.
Never seen it. That was after my time.
Really? Maybe you ought to visit. A lot has changed since then.
Yeah, and not just in Rawatai.
Of course we get the footstep bug because they decide now is the time they want to have their little chat. I think it is loosely tied to that, oddly enough. But I'm not sure how. Because we've had it happen several times while they're having the discussion. If we're moving, it'll start at the level of the voices as opposed to the level of the sound effects. So is it like crossing over into... Oh, enemies do respawn. Lovely. We are going to go with that towards there. You're going to go down here after that. Because we need them to not be on top of all of our friends. You... Is that enemies or is that just everything? That is everything. Let's go with... Oh, you just do your thing. You bash that with fire. You're just doing your thing. You... Go corrosive, but we'll wait until after the initial fight here. Which is about what we got there. So let's go ahead and drop this on you. That is near death, which is exactly where we want it. We'll save some of those. We're going to go with a flaming pillar. About right there. You war cry. Oh, wow. That is actually decent damage. So, fire very effective against ice things. No shit. Yeah, she's paralyzed right now, which is fine. Oh, we've converted the big one. You guys take out this. Keep focusing in on him. Actually, while you have control of that guy, move back. So he's less likely to be able to do a bunch of stuff to you. And that's going to be the other enemy down. I'm glad we cast chains on her, because she was the main focus of everything. Decent XP there. Finished him off. We got the ice troll info done. And despite her endurance being pretty low right now, she has a lot of health, so she can kind of live through any kind of nonsense this throws at us. What is he getting corrosion on him from? Because you have the wand. I don't think the wand causes corrosion. You have Rod of Pale Shades. That might be doing something. No, it's just disorienting. What are you doing? That is just a burn damage one. That should be lightning. The only one I can think of is maybe this is doing something.
Sacre tu! Brave thou Philothelim.
I do wonder if agility tank is a thing that's possible in this. Now that I think about it. Because that would, if you could find a way to avoid the damage as much as possible while having a low percent recovery penalty, which currently we have a high percent recovery penalty because we're using heavy armors. See, that one has a 40%. That one's a 50%. A 35. That's a 45. 30. Hers is the only one that's below 20. Yeah, we'll press F5 to save. And we can, I love that we can go in from up here, so we don't have to walk all the way down. But, I mean, that's free XP. I didn't know the enemies respawn, but I guess they do here. And it's usually a different set of enemies, it seems like. But the main reason I want to do this one is for the quest. There is loot that I cannot get unless I beat him. Which is a thing, but
Leave now.
just want to look around.
Patience for trespassing vermin. Go, or I'll gnaw the living flesh from your bones.
If you wanted to kill me, you'd have tried already.
Careful. I killed the last wanderer I found in these parts.
Did you kill Yigder, the young man by the road?
Was that the rodent's name? I only know that he tasted mealy and lean.
He came looking for his soul twin. What did that have to do with you?
Centuries I've lived. I won't share my soul with some mewling youth.
You're his soul twin? Why did you kill him?
While he lived, his suffering became mine. And as he drew closer, his weakness infected my essence. I can never be strong while a soul twin of mine lives.
Take it you've been through this before?
Since I was a worm, sudden fits of agony and terror would paralyze me. I was a prisoner to experiences that weren't mine. Eventually, I noticed something similar in my fellow hatchlings. I felt their cries and shrieks become mine as they nipped and flew at one another.
How did you become linked with them?
I don't waste my time with the mysteries of souls. What sunders them and how the turning of the wheel apportions them. What matters is power, survival. I killed as many of the other hatchlings as I could. I felt their pain, but I also felt parts of their souls become mine. I slaughtered and devoured, and the scent of blood drove my siblings into a frenzy. Our nest became a maelstrom of chaos as we fought, dying and feeding together. At last, only a handful of us were left. We were sickened by all we'd consumed and suffered.
What happened to the hatchlings that survived?
I eventually hunted down some of my missing siblings. Others returned to me in other skins and other lives, as that boy did.
Could you have grown stronger by uniting with your soul twins?
Remaining fettered to them, hoping they never think to turn on me. As interesting as this conversation has been, I've had enough of it.
Calm down. Friends are more useful than enemies.
Perhaps you're right. Yet what will you offer me if I let you go?
As a watcher, I could sever your connection with your soul twins.
Lies! You would make me vulnerable. How foolish I was to nearly fall for your tricks.
Listen to my voice and know that I tell the truth. I will help you. Lowers his outstretched
Very
wings.
well, but I warn you.
As you draw close, you feel the shape of the dragon's soul. Something about it seems broken, and you feel a place that leaks essence like blood. Gathering the energy of your own essence, you extend yourself to the wound in the dragon's soul and cauterize it. The beast roars, and distantly you worry that it will bring the cave down on your head if it doesn't bite you in two first. But you hold on, and as the wound in the dragon's essence fuses shut, you hear its shriek recede. At last you pull back and feel the physical world take shape around you once more.
I feel it. Some part of me aches, yet another part is healed. I no longer feel the tug of so many others. You have done as you said. Now, take this and consider the debt paid. I won't harm you or those who travel with you, but I make no promises for any others who wander into my cave. Now, please, leave me to rest.
Yay, and we get a bunch of experience from that. We might come back and kill it later. Depends on what I'm feeling like. I was reading up on it, and it's supposedly a level 14 enemy, which makes it not gonna be a fun one to deal with, considering the max level in the game is 16. So we're going to have some struggles there. How much do we have left on that build? 9 hours left on that one. That's not bad. And we have a Loth going there for one more turn. Yeah, we're doing pretty good, I think, overall. And what are these? It's Lucky, Precision, and / DR bonus. So it's 3 DR bypass, 5 damage reduction / and 5% of misses turn to grazes. That might be good on you. Instead of the crit multiplier bonus, since you're probably not getting a ton of crits, getting this more consistent damage might be better. And yes, I do plan to uncurse this eventually. But I think we're going to actually be unlocking various bonuses on it as well as we do it. So we got 5 DR bypass there. We've got 3 there. So does it actually tell me how much DR bypass we have? Yeah, we have all of these like specific ones. Armor efficiency is low against that and that. So you're more prone to cold, which is gonna suck here. Yeah, it doesn't tell us how much piercing we have for the DR. I'm assuming we're going to be getting both of those because they're on separate parts of the gear. At least that's what makes sense for me. Because if what I'm reading is correct, which it very well might not be, if what I'm reading is correct, then we have the situation of being able to... I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. Basically take advantage of what's on the weapons as well as what is on the gear. Because if I'm remembering what I read correctly, it's something like you get 1 from skills, basically 1 effect from skills, 1 effect from armor, 1 effect from weapons, and 1 effect from passives, I think is what it was, or something like that, or spell. There was a list of just various things you get bonuses from, but you can only get 1 bonus from that. So you can't have, say, 2 bonuses to resolve from armor. You have to have 1 from weapon, 1 from armor. Which, it's confusing at the bare minimum. Okay, as far as what we want to do here now that we've got all that done, it is evening again. So I think we want to stay at the inn. Possibly get some better stat buffs. Because I don't think we currently have our buff from Caed Nua anymore. I can check. If we do, I'll keep trucking with that, but I don't think we do. It would be under perception. Yeah, we don't. So, we would probably want to get the one from here. We lose our damage reduction bonus, but...
Back to warm your hands, eh? Top quality bear...
I'd like a room. I would like your best room. Because it's cheap. Got our construction complete, which means we can start in on another. And we should probably be done with Caed Nua by the time we finish this area. Because I don't think we have anything else left to do in town. I don't think we have anything left to do in either of the 2 side areas we've been to already. We have Deerwood that we need to kind of dig through. Was that always called the Hollowing of Deerwood? But those are going to be our main quests. The Ogre Matron we've already done. Durgan's Battery. Yeah, Reginald is the next one we need to do on that. Grey Sleeper. Find a whirling agent of copper, audra, and stone. A new verse appeared. The blade was drawn. It reads, seek the whirling agent made of copper, audra, stone. Awaken first your essence so you may atone. Yeah, we'll probably just follow a guide for that. Abbey of the Fallen Moon is something Maneha needs to find. I'm wagering it's going to be to do with the battery. Goodhall battery. And that's back to the main story. Fisherman's Penance, we don't know anything about. Gerod's Helm we're working on, and we have a bounty that's going to be in Durgan's battery. And Sacred Instruments' battery. And then we have back to the main tasks. So, yeah, it's a pain in the butt to keep on top of which ones go where because they're just mixed together. Otherwise, life would be a lot easier. Having myself a little bit of coffee still. You are very quiet there, Aldrich.
Enough. They're gone.
She holds up a hand, which is missing the final joint of the ring finger, but it's her voice, sharp and steely, that silences the young man. As he glowers at his toes, she turns to you with dark circles under her eyes and a smile pulled taut across her thin lips.
The deliverer of Cadnua. Thank you for making the journey. Abidan knows it's a long one. Well, I'm sure you wagered on a more civilized welcome. Still, we're much obliged for your capable intervention.
He pulls a knife from his belt and an apple from his pocket and sets to work. It was no trouble. I'm here to help however I can. We are going benevolent route.
And perhaps you can help us find something. Stalwart isn't much more than a grease stain on a map. What roads we've got in the White March are basically tracks in the snow. And for every trader or adventurer that comes through, 3 of our own leave for good. But it weren't always so. There was a time when kings and queens sent their firstborn to these mountains, when the White March was the envy of empires.
Something to aspire to, then. You have the evidence it can be done. What does this have to do with me?
The Pargrin dwarves transformed the White March once. We could bring some of that greatness back to Stalwart. But we need the White Forge.
I know of it.
Then you'll know that no one's felt as much as a summery breeze from the White Forge for over 200 years. I'm hoping you can do something about that.
How so?
We've been trying to breach Durgan's battery for over a year now. Problem is, the other expeditions can't so much as dent the front door.
Tell me about them.
A dozen different groups have come through at our request, and several more besides. Been hoping that one of them could clear the way through Durgan's battery. But young or old, green or seasoned, it don't seem to matter. They cast their spells, chisel at the door, and search the grounds until they've worn new treads into the old stone. The lucky ones eventually go home. Plenty more find themselves on the wrong side of a blizzard, or an ogre raiding party.
Why the sudden interest?
We're an old mining town. Or we were until the Adirans pulled out and left us with a half-dug mineshaft and something resembling an inn. Since then, it's been a steady decline. You've seen the roads. Isn't much we can produce that the Valians can't ship cheaper. But the White Forge... well, if we could fire it up again and start producing Durgan steel, or something close to it, wouldn't matter if we're in the White March or the Living Lands, business would come.
That's why you need
That's
my
long
help.
and short of it. We're laborers and fisherfolk, not adventurers. But Durgan steel could put Stalwart on the map again. Open up the mines, bring in new business. We just need the White Forge.
How is it no one's gotten into Durgan's battery yet?
Where should I start? Ogres, blizzards, or sheer damned inaccessibility? It ain't for lack of trying, I'll tell you that much. Got untold riches in Durgan steel lying just inside, and never mind the White Forge itself. The Adirans who first settled Stalwart tried to crack it. So did the Valians, and every other cocky adventurer with more metal than sense. But the place has a funny way of sealing itself up. Front door stays shut, the tower entrances are clogged with rubble, and it's been impossible to blast a way in.
What happened to it?
It don't bear dwelling on. There's too many superstitions about that place as it is.
Killed each other off. Or so the old books say.
Plenty of tales to go around, but none of them open the battery. And the last thing people need is another reason to fear the place.
Kith do enjoy their ghost stories, though the Glenfothans take theirs very seriously.
Whatever it was, the other Pargrin dwarven settlements in the White March, Bone Picker, the Hawk, and the rest, emptied out not long after, moved to gentler, greener lands.
Had the right idea, if you ask me.
Why is Durgan's steel so special?
Because you can shave stone with it, cleave cast iron in two, and the stuff's as rare as it is remarkable.
There are a great many Kith who would kill to get their hands on battery steel. In fact, there are a number of plays about the subject.
If we could make something even half as good, we'd have a market at our doorstep and work enough for all of Stalwart.
Yeah, his interjections, I do wish they were voice acted. Tell me about the dwarves.
Pargrin's a word in their language. Means traveler. They've been wanderers for generations, but I couldn't tell you much more.
I don't see why you need the White Forge to make it
Finally,
steel.
someone talking sense.
Durgan's steel wasn't just good. It was some of the best. We need the best if we're going to keep Stalwart alive. No one alive today has seen the White Forge, but the old stories tell that it was powerful, glowed white-hot, and gave off a steady, even heat, unlike any other furnace. Let better-schooled folk puzzle over how the thing was built. I just want to see it put to use.
All right, where do we
The
start?
battery's up the mountain to the north, a good hike away.
Near Galvino's place, huh?
But Reginald falls suddenly silent. Okay, Aldrich says it in a breezy tone, but Renengild falls suddenly silent, consternation hardening the lines of her face. Smiles and draws his knife across
So
the
it
apple
is.
again.
Though I was going to suggest dealing with that ogre camp before anything.
Who's Galvino?
Mestre Galvino, as the old crosspatch prefers it, lives by himself and keeps the wilder and beasts at bay through sheer foulness of his temper.
She means to say he's a skilled smith and animancer, who's lived in the shadow of Durgan's battery for over a decade.
And he butters his bread on both sides and fits his left shoe before his right. But that's neither here nor there.
Butters his bread on both sides and fits his left shoe before his right. Well, I'm sure it seems odd that he
Not
lives out
doing
there by
much
himself.
worse than any of us.
Huh. He wore out his welcome in Stalwart. He's better off with ogres and Lagufoth as his neighbors now.
What happened with Galvino?
Old lunatic finally went too far. And we sent word to the Valiant academies. I don't like speaking on it, but if you want to get his guff, just remind him that we gave him the boot.
I see.
Ain't nobody here fond of the man, but he's a clever hand and a quick study. It's a fool who thinks he stayed so close to the battery without figuring something about it.
You said as much to the last party, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of him since. Maybe they didn't run afoul of Baragon's ogres after all. Just watch your step. Galvino's place is a ways east of the battery, and folk who pass it bring unsettling tales.
And what about the ogre camp?
Belongs to Flames That Whisper, Matron Baragon's clan. Hunters tell me they've been active of late.
Hunting elk and otherwise minding their own damn business.
Minding their own business. Never mind the latest expedition's disappearance, or the broken stockade.
What's up with Aldrich in this? It seems like he's siding with somebody in his snarkasm.
I'm saying we shouldn't agitate him further.
I've already dealt with Baragon. She's agreed to leave you in
Well,
peace.
I hope she proves more peaceable to you than she did to the last group. Mayhap you didn't hear, but the previous expedition crossed paths with her. Haven't seen him since.
And I don't miss him none. Smelled like trouble. You did right in parleying with Matron Baragon, and that's that.
Good. Before you leave town, stop by the Grave's Rest. Most visitors to Stalwart spend some time there, so Hafric and his patrons may be able to give you the lay of the land.
Actually, I want to ask you about
What's
something.
on your mind?
Can you tell me about Farah's expedition?
Who? Sorry, I don't recall the name. Last expedition I met disappeared weeks ago. Didn't give any names, but they definitely haven't come back this way. Don't mean the Sfeara weren't part of an expedition, though. We get groups passing by sometimes looking to try their luck. What's on your mind?
Questions about Dragon's Battery and White
The
Forge. I think
Pargrin
we already have
dwarves
all
guarded it
those.
like a What's on your mind?
Want to hear more about
Adir
Stalwart?
founded us back in their colonial days to supply ore to the Empire. Saw a fair bit of traffic from both sides of the White March then. But after the Deerwood claimed independence, Defiance Bay found cheaper places to get ore. Didn't have much reason to maintain our supply routes.
Isn't Stalwart part of the Deerwood?
Officially. Though with the state the roads are in, you wouldn't guess it.
Tell me some of the important
Here in the center?
places.
Let's see. The Graves Rest is next door. Hafric can set you up with a room and a hot meal there. The fishery's just on the edge of the lake, and the Temple of Andra is next to it. No one keeps a secret like Lavda. Or so I'm told. A few folk live in this part of town, too. Seemed a lot safer before the ogres broke through the western gate. Thiersch lives next to the old mine shaft, and Tana, the old mine overseer, is next door to me.
What do you do here?
I'm the mayor, or so I'm reminded every time there's a game shortage, ogre attack, or a neighborly dispute. I'm a builder by trade, though. Traveled all over Air Glonfoth and the Deerwood in my younger days, but ended up back here anyway. What's on your mind?
Can you tell me anything about the last
They
expedition?
didn't volunteer much, and I knew better than to ask. I've seen all types charging through here. Professional companies with shiny new equipment as brazen as you please, and hopeless runts with nothing but tattered leathers. But these folk, I don't know what they were after, and the way they looked at you made you feel cold all over. Wish I could tell you more. What's on your mind?
Okay. Recluse of White March. So we get to adventure around Durgan's Battery and find the old man, deal with some hunts, and something else. There was something else we were supposed to do up there. Oh yeah, the mine thing, the little toy that makes noises whenever we get near stuff. I doubt we're going to get much from here because we've already kind of saturated this area. And yes, we failed the wine quest because I refused to be a dick. I refused to steal from the shopkeeper here. Maybe he'll let us have some whenever we get done. Who knows? One can only guess.
Back to warm your hands, eh?
Nope. Just wanted to check if he had anything. We could
Back to
sell
warm
some
your
stuff.
hands,
What
eh?
refreshments you
Nothing like
got? Because we actually do have junk to sell. I keep forgetting to do. Okay, so I don't think we necessarily even need to keep the Ingwinthian dagger or their shields. I'm not going to bother with them. We'll get rid of the fine weapons. We'll keep the exceptional medium shield because it's 12-4. And it's exceptional, which gives it plus 8 shield deflection, which puts it at, what, 20, I believe? Is not that bad. We'll get rid of the Morning Stars and the Pikes. I think we're going to go ahead and just get rid of the pistol and the blunderbuss as well. We just want to keep things that are properly named. This does not seem super interesting because it's a melee weapon. Otherwise, I'd be really kind of into making that into something better. And Exceptional Scepter can go away, and we'll even get rid of the Arquebus, or whatever it's called. That gives us another 7 grand back. Probably should sell some of the armors as well. Want to keep the Baranthian. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the Deerwoodian clothing. Simply because it doesn't really do much for us. That's a leaden key robe. These look similar enough that I'm going to assume that they are going to have the same function. Get rid of the fine breastplates, fine hide, fine padded. We keep the Skane cultist. We're going to get rid of one of the plate armors. Get rid of the hide armors. Same for the leather and the padded. Robe. No, we're better off with the gold items. Fine plate armor, exceptional plate armor, we'll get rid of the fine. Keep that one just in case we want to enchant it with something. Doubt we will end up doing so. Oh, I didn't want to. Oh, those are just plain hoods. Yeah, we can get rid of those. Wodica hoods. We want to get rid of the small horn helmets. I'm going to keep the tundra hoods just for sanity's sake. I think we're good. That's some money back. And you get the Ring of Overseeing. Although, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah, we'll just keep you on stat bumps. Because you do decent damage even without these other boosts. Who else needs a good AoE boost? You could probably use it. Suppress Affliction. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do Ring of Overseeing instead of... you have immunity to confuse or anything like that? No, you don't. I really wish I could consistently get, like, double up on this AoE boost, but I don't think it'll work. Does anyone have a use for that? I mean, I could put it on him. That's just a +5 will ring, essentially. I don't know if that's going to work with his singing spells, though. If it does, awesome. If it doesn't, well, we're just wasting a slot that we could have had extra will on. And yeah, will and stuff like that are your defensive properties. They basically keep you from having problems while you're in combat. Although they don't really seem to help us very much. It's kind of sad. Let us come over here. Head on out. Hope for the best. Try not to die. I do like our party right now. I think we're fairly decent. I still think I might have liked Eater more than our barbarian friend here. Off to the battery. So, one place we need to go to is east for sure of it. We know we need to find the weirdo guy. And wherever we get done in White March 1, we'll end up going after... Okay, we're in the southeast corner. After we get done with White March 1, we'll probably go back and start clearing out stuff back in the main storyline for a while, and then come back to White March at a future date. Because the second part of White March has a level 16 cap, so I'm guessing, just on a hunch, that we want to be higher level for that. But that'll give us time to clear curses and all kinds of stuff. And yes, I am being kind of cautious about wandering through here, because we've gotten ambushed quite a few times going through these various areas. And that looks... Oh, it's just shadow of a cliff. Okay, so the stags are mad. Why are the stags so angry at us? I mean, they're not hurting us. They weren't hostile to us until we got close. What were you guarding over here? There is a hand sticking out of the ground right there. And I guess it's not a thing. I didn't attack them, they attacked me. Makes a terrible screeching noise. The compass points to west. Oh, interesting. So there's stuff to the west for that task. Try to keep that in mind. But I have a feeling the guy we're looking for is going to be over here instead. Terragar and a wolf companion. Hi. Hello there! Always good to see more kith on the road. You can relax for the time being. Ingot here will let me know if any ogres come upon us. Ought to be heading down the mountain soon, but I've got some supplies if you need anything. Who the hell are you? Name's Terragar. I come up from Stalwart sometimes to trade. Nothing fancy like Yaduran has. Just supplies, ingredients. Came here to get some fresh air, some air after the raid. Never been much of one for towns. Which way to Durgan's Battery? You're one of those, huh? Just follow the road north, then west across the bridge. You'll know it when you see it. Do you know a man by the name of Galvino? Think everyone knows Galvino. He has a cabin a little ways north of here. You'll want to follow the road a ways and then head into the trees. Anything about the bandits? Sure do. Most of the caravans have to take one road down the pass. Group bandits set up shop just north of here before the bend. Okay. And you know anything about a caravan that came through here recently? Saw what was left of it anyway. You can find a few of the wagons just up the steps if you head towards the battery. Okay, let's see what you have. Exceptional stuff, bunch of tundra stuff. Yeah, mostly junk. Nothing too terribly interesting. That one could be fun, but we lose a lot of accuracy for it. And we could respec if we wanted to. Don't want to respec. I kind of do actually on my main character want to respec a little bit. But at the same time, it's one of those things where if I do respec, I have to relearn all the spells. So I'd have to scribe my magic into books and then get them again. Pay the money to learn all of them again. Okay, so we have basically 3 areas to explore. Down here, up here, and west. We're going to just kind of go from right to left because that's where we spawned in at. I'm guessing this is going to be Galvino or whatever his name was. Lifting up the corner of the tarp reveals a jumble of rusted metal alongside the firewood. Oh, what's the jumbled metal about, my old friend? Other than the fact that you are a smith. And I don't mean the kind with shades and a suit. Developing reputations both generally and with specific factions, characters in the world will respond to these choices in good and bad ways. Groovy. Well, where are we at as far as that goes? I know we're benevolent 4, honest 3. We got aggressive and 2 aggressive and 2 diplomatic, which could be good, I guess. But it's already started to have issues where I think it's overwriting our benevolent reputation, even though it's only 2 aggressive. All right, scratching my back real quick. Because it is dry as hell here. Only one place doesn't like us so far, and that is House Demo. Stalwart likes us. Killed 1,400 enemies, almost 1,500. Recluse of White March. Well, I'm glad I saved. I have a feeling we're going to find him in the basement. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of those people that's like, I don't know if you watch these on YouTube, where they go under their house and they dig those tunnels. There's a rather popular one, but there's a whole niche of YouTube based around it. Yes, dismantle the trap. Yes, I'm keeping an eye out for more traps, because you guys are jerks. Hidden Wonders. +3 mechanics for 2 minutes. I keep loading these onto characters, which I don't mean to be doing. It's generally just because it loads it into there. Because we're loading the game. I have to like reset it to go into the chest each time. This map depicts the peak of the mountain with markers denoting altitude. Are we gonna die going in here? No. Hover over the icons of any character's birth to see what spells or abilities currently affecting them. Yeah, I'm aware of this. I do like that it does give you the tips on the loading screens. And it does another nice thing. Puts them in here. So even if it loads super fast... Hey, Daladon, how's it going? The oddball of Nahakara! Or are you the even ball? I have a feeling there's gonna be traps in the hallway. Okay, so this guy has robots? Misshapen construct. I'm doing pretty good. Had a power outage earlier, so a little bit weary about that. Okay, so we've got a flesh construct and 2 misshapen constructs. So we're going to F5. You are going to come back here. You are going to go there. You're going to block that side. Hi, angry guys. How you do? Time to die. Okay, so they're casters, I take it. Oh yeah, I'm definitely safe from the wildfires. I'm not in California. Admittedly, California would probably be overall about the same as being here. Because they deal with brownouts quite a bit too. But theirs are because they have so many people. Here, it's just because we can't be arsed to actually spend money on our people. Everybody else, go help with that one. Yeah, I think we've only had like one fire threat here. That was years ago. Okay, so we have mechanical undead, I guess, is how we describe them. And we need to set it to that. Yeah, just having a chill morning. Hopefully it stays chill and we don't end up with power outages. Gelatinous green film has congealed along the bottom of the shattered machine. These crate holds innumerable discarded mechanical hinges, faceplates, and limbs. Tasty. Fucking shadows. So, as usual, we're going to do door last. Early version of Warforged, possibly. This... Actually, no, we're not going to do door last, because that's going to lead way further back into this. Because this is a lot bigger and more zoomed out than I thought it would be. Oh, jeez. Those actually look kind of cool. They look really... whatchamacallit? Almost like mannequins. Ouch. Self-destruct. Pretty powerful, I guess. This paper contains a loose list of apparent personages, separated by dates. Gondendog, Long Watchfall's bandit. Mekundag Imprima, some smuggler. Volksdag, murderer, nice hair. Ritlin's dog, idiot who tried to knife me. Under the list is a note in a different hand. Deveras devil, just give me numbers. I have a feeling there's something bad in here. Horrible undead creatures. Close the door again. Nah. I see undead creatures, I see experience. Burning flesh construct. Iron construct. There's going to be more that way. Clear out. Yeah, that's just going to be an AoE sweep. This one's trying to trip. Let's go with some repeatable spells. You go ahead. Do your once per battle freebie there. Do your once per battle freebie there. Keep casting your nonsense. Bonk. Bonk?
Moe ixi ana.
I think we'll be fine. Slightly afraid of these guys because they're not going down nearly as quickly. Oh, we just killed one on accident, though, so I guess it's not that bad. So the iron constructs are not that tough. The little flaming one was. It sat there tanking all kinds of stuff. Viscous green liquid seeps from a crack in this glass tank and exudes a strong chemical odor that is almost painful to inhale. I'm debating whether to run undead or just creepy aliens in the Lancer campaign. A misshapen construct. I'm more concerned about the iron. Things are in like all different directions. Oh, it has a retaliatory shock. Cool. Not that it's going to help it, but... because I think we're technically over-leveled for this.
Lava.
And there's our spell mastery. Yeah, the iron ones are definitely weaker than most of this. What are you? A boiling spray. We've actually ran across that a few times. And there we have a secret door. Secret tunnel through the mountain. Fuck! Note to self, this place loves its traps. I love that it completely knocks out the character. So brutally. And I am trying to swear less, and I literally just broke that, didn't I? Well, darn. Dag nabbit. I am working on it. Swear jar 1. Do I need a swear jar redeem? Hey, can you guys actually spot it? There you go. That must be a really high perception check. Got potion infused with a vital essence. A temporary increase in current and maximum endurance, and it boosts health as well. So that is an exceptionally good potion, considering that there is very little we can do to recover health. Map-wise, yeah, I have a feeling we're going to be able to explore most of this. I need to figure out a way through that. Yeah, let's go back to following our rule of doors last. Wait for the tanks to go through. Unfortunately, we have a cursed weapon on our barbarian. So I'm going to have to uncurse that after we finish White March 1. Nobody step on it. You go back. Go back in the room, creepy doll thing. A cursed Alzorath, 1. Cursed Barbarian, 1. Double the curses, double the fun. Okay, that one's down. We want to go Flesh Construct next because oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Why do you put traps in the middle of fights? Go ahead and burst. You guys come in here. Oh, I swear to God, please stop, game. Okay, so you drop that out. Next one is the other flesh construct. That one is tankier. Yeah, we'll take out the lesser one next. You drop out your burst. Yeah, we've got plenty of annoying things going on here. Touch yourself. Lay hands on yourself, my good sir. No, that's a weird laugh. Free shot on big guy.
Into the front!
Lava will be on seek.
And that rotting flesh thing is going to be a pain. You are summoning skeletons, which I'm probably going to send off to the left. Go ahead and proc your heal. Yell at them. Chain you. Okay, so that is getting injured now at least. Grade something for you. You made a magical weapon for your campaign, 4th to 5th level at the time they find it. A short bow attacks count as magical. Okay. After you roll an attack, but before determining if the attack hits, you may choose to forego the attack and deal 1d4 plus 1 damage as if you had cast Magic Missile instead. It's a single Magic Missile instead of 3, which isn't that bad. And I'm assuming it's going to do force damage with that 1d4. It seems fine. It seems like a good way for... It's a tool for dealing with high AC enemies in case you don't have save and suck characters. If that makes sense. So I'm not bothered by it. It seems like a decent enough one. Could potentially be overpowered. You might want to maybe have a limit on the daily uses or something like that. Is the only thing that I could think of that might be kind of like a balance check for it. Maybe have a hidden number of daily uses. That way you can adjust it depending on if it's overpowered or not. If it's abused, say like, oh, for some reason it fizzles, and that'll set your like max cap on it. Something seems unknown about this steel kind of weapon. Can you not die on me? Go ahead and heal yourself. Okay, so they've taken that one down. Go after this one next. current downside is rolling a 1 equals it becomes a normal short bow until next dawn. I mean, that works too, but generally, it depends on whether you're running a campaign where Identify tells you everything about it, or if you have kind of obscured things in it as well. Because what I usually, whenever I do Identify, I'm usually one of those people that it'll tell you the core function. If there's more, I'll say, but there's things about it that you can't decipher, kind of situation. But I think it sounds like it would be fun to play with. Especially if you have a need of ranged, but no characters that are particularly great at hitting with dex attacks. Let's see. Potion of Major Regeneration. Those will all just go in there. I don't think we're going to need to rest down here, but I want to be relatively safe. I thought I got her Amend. I guess I didn't. No, I got her the Mind Protection. That's what I got. We'll do another one on. Supposed to be 20% of health. Hulking contraption hums with power. Approaching within a few feet sets a particular buzzing in your teeth. It also depends on what kind of enemies you're going to be going with. You did consider it making it like casting Vicious Mockery, like the shortbow curses at the target for not being hit. Another option, instead of having it be a magic missile effect, you could go with something like an Ice Knife style effect, where if it misses, it does a burst in an area for way lower, but kind of a dex evasion kind of roll, so it's kind of a mix of save and suck, but not a guaranteed hit either way. Because you could do, say, a 1d4 plus 1 half damage if they succeed on a dex save kind of situation. That way, they're not substituting the arrow out while they're shooting. Because I would think, like, in my mind's eye of it, I would envision, say, if it's a magic missile bow, you would have to choose before you shot as to whether it would launch out the magic missile, whereas if it's just a bow that does explodey effects on the arrows, that's something that could just go along with it. But yeah, a magic missile one is still fine. It would be fun to make arrows like that, now that I think about it. Just a 5 or 6 arrows that whenever you shoot, they're sentient and they just like, oh, you suck! And go around and smack it in the back. Because you could have it loop around. We are going to have a trap there. Is that not a trap? That is not a trap. That felt like it was going to be a trap. That was a trap! Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it, and that's one thing I like about designing items in D&D. I am not one of the people who regularly uses ones from the book unless it's something really basic, like, say, a bag of holding or something like that. I like making ones that are themed for my players. It's one of the things I like doing between sessions. In Lancer right now, I am working on actual... Can you guys spot that, please? What level of perception do we need for that? Yeah, I almost will never do just a basic +1 weapon unless it is something you're buying from a shop. Yeah, oh, I need a dagger and I'm going to be hunting vampires or something. Oh, here's a silver dagger or a +1 dagger. I'm going to go with the +1 dagger. Just because it's simpler to keep track of. In Lancer, I am literally making custom mechs based on... I didn't mean to walk into that, but thank you, game, for going the wrong direction on me there. Why? I don't understand the character movement in this. Whenever I have more than one character selected, it wants to like go back in weird directions and be oriented, spread out, and strange. It's very discombobulating. Okay, so did we actually already grab all those? Yes. Okay, so we have a couple paths here. I think this is going to be the guy. Or he's going to be in here dead. That is a secret passageway if I ever saw one. This hastily written entry is dotted with blots of ink. I refuse to continue wasting my time with these stitchwork grotesqueries. What work is spent in granting the rotting corpse the feeblest spark of life is later tripled in repairs. Truly, they come apart at the seams. The sight of them in the corridors has come to disgust me. They hold nothing of the subject's vitality, intelligence, coordination, only a brute obedience. Flesh has too gentle a grasp upon essence, that much is clear. Little wonder the fools at Brackenbury were so willing to pawn these sorry specimens off so cheaply. Madicchio! The stench! Medico! I'm not sure which one that is. And we got camp supplies. Can I get rid of that? Nope. You can't get rid of quest items, so I can't get rid of keys. That cuts you out of XP, sadly. Fire's gone entirely untouched, leaving the tantalizing meal to flies. I mean, I can obviously see that's a secret tunnel. Okay, can we get through there without triggering that trap? Probably. You like the Grudge Dagger. You think you found it on Black Citadel. It's basically a +1 dagger with +1 d6 psych damage. But when it hits enemies, the Grudge is against it. Enemies the Grudge is against, it turns into a +2 dagger with 3d6 psychic. Ooh. That would probably, if I were to design that for one of my players, would be something that they craft. Like if there's a blacksmith, I love allowing people to try and make useful things. So if they were making a dagger, I would totally just allow them to try and imbue it with their hatred of something specific. Unstable construct, iron construct. There's a trap in the middle of this room. I can almost smell it. At least the enemies aren't smart. Holy balls. Okay, so if they do get that off, it is the essence of pain. Ouch. That almost just party wiped us, by the way. For constructed items, you have a character that can help them, or they have the same proficiencies, they can do it themselves, so you have some flexibility there, yeah.
There, done.
I actually had a player who, oh, we have another overseeing ring, who made his own weapon in Lancer. He was part cybernetic, and he basically wired he has Monster Hunter Tonfas, basically, and he wired it into his arm so he could actually add a stun to it. So he has his own little mini core power he can do every now and then to stun enemies, but it takes like a full action to do, which is basically like a skill using both your main action and your bonus action. Because the way Lancer's combat works, 2 quick actions, and you can overcharge. But walking shadows, some lockpicks. Another set of notes. This discarded note reads, Madikyo! Or Madicho. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I think it's Madiko. My dick! No, I don't know. 3 weeks of hard work gone and fully articulated frame with them. These crude materials are more unstable than expected, though no less expensive. I will try a slower process. More electricity, perhaps. Along the bottom of the page, scrawled the addendum reads, too much electricity will require more subjects. He cooked them. Lovely. Okay, we're not seeing any purples here, which is kind of sad. Yeah, I'm glad we came back this way before going back up there. Like an amulet of lesser spells, storing 3 spells, 3 levels worth of slots instead of the ring's 5 levels. Another give a free arm blade, long sword, or short sword, but he can help the characters get the schematics to make their own, or he can craft them for gold. Yeah, there are situations where you do need like a master craftsman to do that kind of stuff. If I do run a campaign that has a lot of crafting in it, I will generally give players special stats just for that based on their background and stuff. That's one thing that Lancer has an advantage in with its skills, is that you can make up skills and inject them onto the sheet relatively easily. Whereas in D&D, you basically have to have another sheet that just lists them. On Roll20, I usually, not always, usually, use the spell sheet for that. Like the spell tab. And I will add them as either level 1 or level 9 spells. And just have a special note there. But that's more for my personal bookkeeping on it. If they're a caster, that gets a little bit more complicated. So I might sometimes end up with... We're still going to get hit by another trap in here, aren't we? End up with it on like their bio or just a limited use thing. But if anyone gets through a game of mine without a special little tidbit added to their sheet or added to their ability list, it's because they didn't give me any backstory. And players have an idea of what they want anyway, so might as well help it along the way. Yep. If a player gives me an idea of their end goal, I will sprinkle the path there in the world. It's up to them to take the path to it, but I will sprinkle it in there for them to explore. Okay, so we have a lot of enemies here, so I'm going to need to drop out a little bit of friendage. Go ahead and drop that on us there. You keep doing your shtick. Drop that on him because he's going to take it. And you howl. Oh, they just did a knockback on us. She's not doing well. Go ahead and mend. You drop out... Orb? Think is the go-to there. This scares me because the unstable constructs, those two, can self-combust, and that will almost not guaranteed knock us out. You keep doing your AoEs. He's in a shitty situation there. Burst. You do this. Smite him. Let's go with a charm on you. Failed. Let's see, what else do we have? Yeah, we're going to need to get more balls going that way. This fight, I will probably rest after, so I'm not afraid to expend a lot of energy on it. Okay, so that one's down. Next one is the Iron Construct over here. Misshapen. Let's go with... Critical Endurance. Yeah, it's like, oh, here's a massive heal. It's a 52. Let me get this guy, and then I'll read that. Rah. Yeah, we definitely need to rest after that fight. There's weird noises in this place. Tufts of hair are still stuck into the metal slats of this helmet. You spy dark smudges along the edge of the manacles. Sparks crawl over the wires and plates of this machine, illuminating the innards with each burst of light. Definitely something that we need to investigate before we start flicking switches. Scimitar for the game 2. The tuned wielder has a +1 bonus on all attacks and damage rolls made with this weapon. On a miss, the wielder of the blade feels the indignant pride of the scimitar welled up within them. The next attack before the end of the next turn, the weapon deals an additional 1d6 fire damage. Ah. Like a berserking blade, where the blade is doing the berserking. You see a lot need to be Warforged attuned items. Warforged in particular are kind of interesting because while yes, by the lore, they are humanoid shaped, you could get away with basically Inspector Gadgeting the hell out of them. Do I have any more heals? I do have that one. You're good, you're good. Yeah, he's back up. Ha! Your money or your life, friend! A tinny voice rises from within the chest of this headless machine. From time to time, a burst of sparks accompanies the rattling of the innards. Excuse me? Get a little lost, did we? There's a toll on these roads, 500 copper, or you'll have a new set of nostrils to breathe out of. I've come to help you. You're free of this place. Free? What are you on about? You're in a cell. Look around you. A philosopher, is it? All of us trapped within the cages of our own iniquity? I'll have none of that. There's this manic quality to his voice now, and you hear a harsh metallic whine from within the construct's frames. Door's right there. Be free. Hey, you're right. It's wide open. Farewell, stranger. I'm free.
I'm free. No cell can hold me.
Aww. Few artificers too that are either forge adepts or an armorer. So yeah. Oh god. It is the. Wow. Yeah. The cybernetics campaign. You're playing Lancer with a few more steps. You're gonna have mechs. Gonna have giant mechs by the end of this. One Warforged I want to play, sadly I don't think I ever will, was I got like the luckiest, I mean the luckiest rolls whenever it comes to... I still don't know what order to do these in. But yeah, I got super lucky rolls, so I made a super low int, super strong barbarian Warforged. That was just a giant tank. But I only got to play it for one session. She has outdone herself with this one. Belsier, a common robber with some natural talent for cipher abilities, has gone to his head. The Bazo believes he is the next Antonino. I think, in any case, the world would be well rid of him. Still, he has yielded promising results. His mind is almost perfectly intact. I might even have been able to determine whether there is merit in this delusion about his soul lineage. But I made the foolish mistake of leaving the man's pistol on my work table. His essence is bound to the weapon, rather than the body I undertook to build for him. Even bodiless, this fool seeks to trouble me. I have sealed him within one of the tanks. I will have proof the machines against the free I will have to proof the machines against the free-roaming experiments while I think of a solution. Till then, I suppose I must endure the company while I work. And House Dominel book. House Dominel does not like us. So, we have a handful of switches. I guess we talk to this. Faint, reedy voice singing tunelessly. That lever seems to be locked in place for the moment. I'm guessing all of them are. That one's not. Is this one? Nope. Oh, I wish I could have seen that trap. We are having really bad perception rolls so far. Rather mildly off-putting. Trapped within the cage. Okay. I feel bad for that one, but it's free. It died as soon as it left that room. So we can't do this one. Oh, it's on the ground. The trap is on the ground. Fireballs. Only acceptable version is whenever it's in a bottle. And even then, it's just like cinnamon. I have a friend who loves Fireball. See if we can spot this trap. And we spot it. There we go. We can disarm it. You failed to disarm the trap. Oh, damn. What level trap is that? You're a short series of clicks from around the corner. Oh, hi.
Brave Dalphilot, I am free. Galvino, I will eat your heart, old man.
He's summoning shadows. Don't think that's going to help him very much. Oh, he has some decent abilities, too. Jeez.
Ruach, turn.
That's our main character down for a moment. And you are going to go ahead and summon some wisps next to him, because those are more likely to do some damage. There we go. Got 2160 experience from that. Get up off the ground. All he dropped was spirit residue. And we got Fellstroke. It's a very slow pistol. It's unique. Grants ambushing. Some stealth. Doesn't seem particularly great. But yeah, ambushing is plus 25% damage, which isn't terrible. But the range is only 8 meters. So it's getting a little close. I mean, it could be better than the dude's rifle. That's about the only thing I can think of. Plus 2 stealth. I'll consider it. Yeah, we have 2 paths. With one over there as well. I still don't know how to open this or this. I want to kill them before they... Ah, we almost got all three of them before they did their self-destruct. That last one got it off. The noises they make when they're dying are really disconcerting. I have to say. They're just... There's like this little... Like a Teddy Ruxpin running out of batteries. Okay, let's see if we can spot this trap. Yeah, the trap here, not very obvious. They've been good about it through a lot of the game. But we have ran across these ones that are just really well hidden. Usually they'll have something on the wall, or possibly a little discoloration, or just other indicators that, hey, maybe there is a trap here. Whoever this guy is, he's very paranoid. I mean, I would be too if I was animating the dead via robotics, but if I'm doing that, you'd never know. Interesting. So that butts up to there. That was a slightly painful trap. I really am trying to resist using my rests, because then I'll lose my access to the extra might and stuff that we have. Crumbled piece of parchment was found jammed inside the faceplate of a construct. My efforts to instill even a child's intelligence in these creations have all failed. Most cannot hold a quill, much less set thoughts to paper. I believed for some time that Subject 63 might have had a breakthrough during his lessons, but I discovered that it has simply been repeating my words without comprehension. These were not enlightened characters while they wore their original skins. Perhaps their essence lacks a fundamental capacity for learning. I have put them to the test in more martial arts, but here too they falter without benefit of true sentience. The devil, of course, delights in mocking them. It's like boasting of besting children at combat. If only I had my old machines. The devil? Does not sound like a good thing. Okay, so that's going to open that. The constructs are Twitch chat. I mean, possibly. Is that the devil? No, that's just another iron construct. And it just did the Jurassic Park thing that the T-Rex does. So that one went down before it didn't explode. God, the range on that explosion is brutal. I really do feel bad for them on some levels. Keep an eye out for traps, because they are all over the bloody place here. Exceptional wand. Cell key. Plain iron key found discarded in Galvino's workshop. Cool. I'm guessing this is their martial prowess training place. They cannot learn. Okay, so I think this will open this. We still have to figure out a way through there. And I would not be surprised if it's in here. And that'll ultimately give us access to him. He's probably just over on the left. Elderly man hunches over a cluttered desk in the back of the workshop. His flesh is pulled tight around thin, fragile-looking bones, except for around his neck, where it hangs loose and waddles. He turns as you enter, a scowl already chiseled onto his lined face.
Back again? I told you.
He hesitates, squinting at you from behind smudged and dusty spectacles.
Of course, a fresh fool to replace the last fools. What brings you stomping through my workshop, eh?
I've got questions about Durgan's battery and the White Forge.
Straight to business, no nonsense. We appreciate that, don't we?
Anything for a breather from your endless yammering.
The robots had enough of his shit, too.
You would miss me if I were gone, Imura. For who would tolerate your barbs and insults?
We'll go with diplomatic.
But you come seeking the White Forge, like they all do. Boys with smooth cheeks and wild dreams. Girls with bright ribbons tied next to their scabbards. Old men and women, too, seeking a final blaze of glory before they're snuffed out for another turn at the wheel. Sound familiar?
You said this all before, I take it.
I have this conversation with every pig-headed swashbuckler those Postenagos and stalwarts send here. Go see Galvino, they say. Surely he'll help you.
Must have slipped their minds what a busy and important fellow you are.
In the silence that follows, the temperature in the room seems to drop. Galvino glares at her. Cold.
Let them stone you. Would have silenced your endless rattling forever.
Then you'd have naught but those frostbitten inbreds for company.
Would really appreciate your help.
Of course you would. What would anyone here do without me? Sientere. It has been a long time since anyone addressed me so. The villagers and their adventurers hammer and pry at the battery as if they were laying siege to some moldering lord's keep. But those stones were laid by some of the finest builders ever to have lived, disciples of Abidan in the truest sense. They will not fall by the whims of any kith. And the door itself, it is infused with living essence.
He holds his hands before him, his eyes wide with wonder. Dwarves themselves must have had a way of getting in.
Perfetto! This is the crux of the matter. The Pargrunen of Durgan's battery perished within their own keep, victims of a violent disagreement among their own commandants. Surely in the village you have heard stories, no? Disappearing caravans, tracks in the snow, screams from the high towers.
Go on.
The work of spirits still trapped in the battery, and a testament to those impenetrable walls. But the door of the keep, the one the Pargrunen filled with essence, it was made to listen, to recognize its masters.
I sense a catch.
Traditional Optapo cultures revolved around language. Words revealed who they were and where they were from. That is why you need a Kantek.
Ah, yes, I believe those are anthems of sorts.
That's the simple explanation. A Kantek is a statement of purpose, a declaration of identity. Each is unique to its stronghold.
Seal your door with a key of words, and any liar can talk his way through. There's nothing built of words that won't break when the slightest stress is applied.
Thus, to enter a fortress like Durgan's battery, you would stand at the gate and recite its cantic.
I wish the NPCs would acknowledge whenever our allies chime in like that. It really is a little bit jarring that we hear the characters say something, but the NPCs just like doesn't react at all, just continues on with their normal dialogue. Thank you for sharing. That's very interesting.
Verus. A shame the Postonagos here cannot appreciate such elegance. To learn the cantic, you must speak with one of the dwarves of Durgan's battery. A shame they are all dead, no?
I'm sorry, I'm too important for side characters. Exactly.
But no doubt their souls live on in one or two of the villagers of Stalwart. Like fine wine poured into a cheap pot. But to identify them, that is the first problem. You would need the skills of an animancer.
I'm a watcher. Or you're an animancer. To I'm a watcher. Golem swivels her head sharply toward her mask of a face and the glass binds it betray no emotion, but it seems as if she's watching you carefully.
A watcher? The Verus? If this is true, then you could find a soul descendant from Durgan's battery, no question. But the greater difficulty remains. You would have to learn the cantic from the dormant soul. And to do that, you would have to awaken it.
But this awakening would be permanent, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes. Whoever you awaken will live with the memories and the personality of a past life. Maybe peacefully, maybe not. That is why you must pay attention to the soul you would awaken, no? It is a monumental thing to impose on another, but these are the very people who wish to rediscover the White Forge, Verus.
How would I
An
awaken them?
awakening is merely the jolting of a dormant soul into consciousness. When such things happen normally, it is because something has reminded the subject of a past life, often violently so. Thus, to awaken one of the former dwarves of Durgan's battery, you will need to address that soul, and preferably by name. But show some care. When you examine these souls, whatever it is you watchers do, you may see images, memories. These are moments of special import. What you see will tell you much about the person, and perhaps the condition in which they awaken. Awaken them from a traumatic memory, and who knows, maybe they awaken thirsty for blood, or maybe you awaken someone else. Here, this has been tuned to the Aeon of Durgan's battery. Use it near the villagers, and it should tell you if one has a soul old enough to have come from the battery.
So the Cantech is all I need.
Who can say? None have yet opened Durgan's battery. But the ones that came before you, I think they got close. You may wish to find them and see what they discovered.
I found what's left of them.
Most interesting.
Can't distract himself from the fact that his hair color and the background color on his portrait are the same. It looks like he has a very interesting haircut. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, he does have an interesting haircut to begin with. The little, like, Picard with pirate going on there, but yeah, the background colors are not always the best selection.
They spent many days at the battery door. This looks like something that once belonged there.
And we get
It is a
experience.
pleasure to have such a courteous guest for a change. A shame you must dirty your boots in Stalwart.
I'm going with her.
You? Go to Stalwart? Is this your macabre sense of humor, or has something gone to rust in that beautiful head I crafted?
No one will bother me while I'm with her. Besides, I can help her find people in Stalwart.
You haven't been to Stalwart in 13 years. And this watcher sees souls. What help could you be? Besides, I have need of you here. You owe whatever remains of your wicked life to me.
What is the story between you two?
This charming specimen is a convicted murderer. The Devil of Carrick, she's called.
Mighty fine of you to start with my good qualities, and you wonder why we don't get more visitors.
Killed over a dozen people before they finally caught up to her in Stalwart. Perfect company for lonely camps and mountain passes, no?
Hey, I know how to start a campfire.
And you know how to murder, which is actually a useful skill for
The
us.
only reason she's not a frozen corpse is because I convinced the old mayor to let me try an experiment.
Let's see. Aren't you afraid she's gonna murder you?
She may be mad, but she's no fool. She wouldn't survive long on her own. If the villagers didn't send a hunting party after her, the elements would claim her. Her joints and mechanisms require maintenance, and she cannot perform all of it herself.
See, he's reminding me. In case I get any bright ideas.
Why is she called the Devil of
She
Karak?
committed her first crime in the village of Karak. Burned a family alive in their home. Did the same thing in half a dozen other villages, but the name stuck.
Why did you build her?
Why build a fortress, or a village, or anything? To make something that keeps, that... It was the early days of the legacy. My peers in the colleges of Animancy were filling the Hollowborn with the souls of animals. I thought there was a better way.
One with a Plum Academy job back in Salona? Don't forget that part.
You put a person's soul in a metal body.
Into a work of art! Look at this! Craftsmanship worthy of a jeweler. Fully articulated joints, capable of grasping a pen and writing her own name.
And of crushing your throat.
Show me another smith anywhere in the Deerwood who is capable of such delicacy and precision. She is a masterpiece.
And I take it your experiment didn't go over so well with the rest of the village.
Here we go.
They were going to stone her anyway. Why not allow her to be put to some useful purpose?
My life's ambition. To serve somebody's useful purpose.
I approached Mayor Sinahiod and begged. He saw the potential and allowed me the privilege of attempting my little experiment. Then, I accomplished what few animancers have even dreamed of. No academic support, no patron. Just me in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, now you got 'em all wound up.
I transferred a fully intact soul from a living subject to a fabricated body. She retained her personalities, her memories, all of it. Yet the villagers saw only a stolen corpse.
All I wanted
She's
to
a
know.
fine specimen, her personality notwithstanding.
I would like her to travel with me.
Quay? No, you don't know what you ask. This woman, the Devil of Karak, she was a notorious murderer, burned people alive all over the region. Besides, she works for me. After all, I am the one who preserved her.
Pay you.
Listen, Aimika. If you're set on traveling with her, I won't stop you. But let's make this a fair exchange, yes?
Yeah.
Fine price for a blacksmith striker. Suppose I should be flattered.
And there you have it, a bargain.
And what is she? She is a rogue. Ooh. Not sure we have a need for a rogue, but we now have another party member. The question is, who do we swap out for it? Because that's actually kind of a cool looking character. We'll go ahead and leave her there.
A moment. You are going back to Stalwart, yes? Perhaps you could do me a favor.
Tell me about it.
There is a man in the village named Grinde, the head fisherman. The rest of Stalwart kisses his feet because he fills their stinking blades with speckleback. But I know he's not as virtuous as he seems.
Seems like you have a history with him.
That self-righteous meddler engineered my eviction from the village. He turned them all against me. Now I want him to feel the scorn of those mush-brained imbeciles.
What exactly do you want me to do to him?
Humiliate him, of course. Show his neighbors what he truly is. And let him live with the disgrace. He's always been a Ripple sponge addict. Just got good at hiding it once his sainted sister died and left him in charge of the fishery. But he keeps a stash in the fishery, sneaks in at night when the others have gone home, and emerges sluggish and red-eyed a few hours later. I want you to expose him. Go to the fishery after dark when it's empty. Find his ripple sponge and show it to Renengild. Do not answer me now, but when you return to that festering eyesore and smell the stink of fish that hangs in the air, consider what I've said. Your misgivings collect like grime on a doorstep, but think, if this Green Day is a fraud, does he not deserve to be exposed? But be sure to approach the fishery by night, when it's empty. They will give you no end of trouble if they see you stealing during the day.
Okay, so we know about how to awaken. We have to basically tell the story. Expeditioners who came here before. What were those constructs?
Other projects, they are none of your concern. For years, I've been trying to create another like the Devil of Carrick. Yet those post-Enagos in Starworld destroyed my machinery. Now, I can only create these broken, mindless things. The Devil remains my most perfect creation.
Where have you found the souls? We're gonna ask why you need more
I can't
first.
present the Devil of Carrick to the academies, can I? A mad woman and a murderer? No. I need to bring a success to the Republics.
Wait, where have you found the souls?
Smugglers, slavers, fugitives. The kind of riffraff that pass this way. Rarely missed, and good work to keep my little devil busy.
Never mind.
Something else? Quay.
I wanted to know more about the
As would
expeditioners.
I, but there is little to tell. They never gave their names. But they seem to know more about the battery than the others, which is unusual because they did not seem like typical adventurers.
I can't use the famous murderer, but I can use the less famous murderers. I think what he's going after with that, but still.
Their hands were
Yeah, it
smooth
is
and marked with
odd.
ink, not scars. And they traveled light. Unusually so. You're the Watchers. You must find a soul when you find...
Okay. So now we have to go mess with the villagers. He doesn't seem to mind us taking stuff, so I'm going to do that. Crude rendering of the mountains surrounding Durgan's Pass. Curse of Cold Clay complete. He returns with a bunch of XP. Oh. Was that theft? Did I save before just stealing stuff? No. I don't think I did. Another house, Dominel. I mean, not judging him, just the illogical mind sometimes sounds logical when explicit. I don't buy his reasoning entirely. I wouldn't be surprised if we could eventually get him as a party member, though, because he does have a portrait. Okay, let's see if we can figure out a way in there. I'm feeling there's going to be another entrance to this that comes through there. Because I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a switch just up here in the darkness. Yeah, I don't see anything else we can interact with to possibly get this open. I guess we leave. Because there's nothing else here. We've already robbed him blind and killed all of his evil constructs made from robbers, bandits, and murderers. Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to go like deep critical eye on my own NPCs either, because I have the same problems too. Hidden item found? They joined the party. We found a hidden item. Wait, what? Where did we find the hidden item? Yeah, 500 copper is cheap. We basically paid him a midget fart for everything we wanted. Where was... And we saw something hidden there, and I'm not sure what. I'm not sure when either. There's not a timestamp on it. So we just probably missed something important. But I will go to the village and figure out who to resuscitate, I guess. Oh, well, we found something there as well. Yoink. Those can go in there, and this... Text souls that dwell. Okay, so yeah, we can figure that out. Uses 100 per encounter. We can use it 100 times per encounter. I wouldn't be surprised if the guy that we're collecting the horns for is from there. Yeah, now we have... The downside of, like, party size limits is you can't actually get their stories in one playthrough. Because you can't just bring them with you and hope you actually find the right spot for it. Oh, and I did not mean to... If we press right or any direction at all while saving, it does that weird jump around. A man stands in the middle of the road. Without lowering the blade that rests on his shoulder, he takes 2 steps forward as if to speak for the group behind him. I was hoping for another gift bearer. They always carry surprises, and we love surprises. By we, of course, I mean me and this. It'll be quick. Try and stay still. Got some mercenaries. That's the one we need to take out, so guess who gets... You know what? Before we do that, I might rest. I think it might be a smart idea to rest. We're at half life on a few characters, and we have no more health healing. We have a bit, just a bit, of endurance healing we can use, but that's just per battle. Okay, so we are going to actually rest, I think. He brought us Remembrance of Life's Warmth. Has 3 uses. Is that 3 uses per day or just 3 uses period? Okay, so yeah, we rest. That means we got that construction complete. We're going to get the last of our construction complete. We have finished. In one day, we'll have finished that entire thing. We lost our might, but we got damage reduction, so I'm fine. Got the usual thing from him. You guys go after that. Okay, so now we have this going. So off onto him. Mercenary Wizard needs to go down first. Earthall, you take that. You go ahead and yell. You drop chains on him. Oh, they are actually coming after our crew over here. Man, they are persistent little fuckers. Okay. Do your AoE heal. You do your normal heal. Yeah, I don't know why they're fascinated with what's her face. At least they're kind of like attracted to them now. So you can deal with them. That is actually not that scary. The priest is almost dead. Uthal is not even hardly at all touched. You do magic missile on this guy again. Human skeletons are going down. That's fine. Keep fighting them. Okay, mage is down. Priest is almost down. We're doing okay, I think, actually. I was expecting this to be a little bit easier, but even still. You keep up helping them. Okay, so we got that going. Next cast is going to be Combusting Wounds on the two of them, I think. Priest is almost down. Okay, so he's not doing too well. Yeah, my goal is just to make this guy bleed. And we will drop the pillar on the... Oh no, the priest is dead. So that switches over to Uthal.
Suck!
Think we're good. Ooh, lordy. As far as the next spell goes, I think we go for another hammer. Yeah, we got this. And dude, you just came up in point blank against me. That's gonna suck for me. More friends. You guys take him out. Yeah, they don't really stand much of a chance. They're just getting split up. I think that running away thing was probably the biggest dumb luck awesome thing that has happened to us. Here, you move to the left so they can get through. Because they do seem to aggro onto the skeletons more than our actual characters, which is hilarious to me. Liches get stitches! You do not have a heal. And the four of you get up there. Can you get them in range? Yes.
Great.
We just mind controlled him again. Oh, if only we had more to unlock on that weapon, that would be awesome. We loot them. There's something hiding in that log there, too. We've got Saint Yidwen's Redeemer, which is a great sword. Lone Flourish Feather Pattern. Okay, it does Slash Pierce, and it casts Destroy Vessels on hit or critical hit. Does 30 raw damage to vessels, I'm wagering. Interesting. Why does he have a holy sword? Got a Singed Grimoire, which doesn't have any new spells for us. We got their book. A recurring signature in the pages of this notebook indicates it belongs to someone named Ixley. The pages contain an assortment of entries. Some notes list collection of items alongside their purported value. Other pages are scribbled with notes about the land. A map of the Russet Wood marks an important body of water. Next, hey, this is a quest we already did. No talk formalities first, of course. She'll come up. Kuala Micha, she's a good girl and likes to hear before she swims down. She's a good girl and likes to hear it before she swims down. Okay. Zitlak Kuala, just make sure he likes the fish for the job well done. Okay, we'll take it all. The rest of this is just exceptional stuff. How did the Lich cross the road? Literally on the other side. Literally. We got exceptional sword and shield. At least they had a decent amount of money on them, I guess. Road continues climbing for a short distance before turning sharply down into the pass beyond. We can't go that way because it is nothing for us. We already did the gift bearer stuff, so we don't have to worry about that. I don't know why the elk were angry at us. That's going to be a mystery we're probably never going to solve. And it looks like that's going to be the path to the actual fortress. This is going to be a path to something else interesting. Oh, ho, 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 ho. We got more spells. And yes, I am just learning all the spells. Nina Goth's Killing Bolt. And Tane's Chaotic Orb. We can only cast level 5 spells. We currently have access to 6th and 7th level, though. I will gladly take that. Not expecting a spell book out here in the middle of boondock nowhere. As opposed to the Tranquilizer Orb and the Healing Orb. I mean, who really needs healing? We certainly don't. We really do. But I find the dual system in this, where it's an endurance and a health system, to be mildly confusing at times. It's not confusing in how it works. It's just confusing as in why add that extra step. I get from a aesthetic standpoint why. But from a functional standpoint, it doesn't really do much. Help, please, I'm down here! Sending a narrow outcropping far from the edge of the chasm, a villager waves his arms frantically. The villager is well out of reach, and the uneven, slick surface of the chasm would prove difficult to climb by hand. Let's tie around our waist, sure. The trap man presses himself against the chasm wall. Please hurry, the ice is starting to crack. Looking down, you can see another smaller ledge further up along the side of the chasm. Is high, close enough to jump to, but it may not be able to support your weight. Back of your head slams the ice with a loud thunk. Hey, leaving you dazed. Cool. On the ledge, you have a moment to survey your surroundings. The trapped villager is almost directly beneath you, his frightened face turned upwards to watch your progress. Examine surroundings. Walk through air wall. Okay. You take a moment to get a better sense of your position. Several sections of the cliffside below you appear to be comprised of thin sheets of ice, like windows set alongside the chasm walls. The thin ice is pocked through with air bubbles, and moving too quickly across the surface could cause it to shatter. Repel from the ledge. Take a firm hold of your rope and give it a few tugs to ensure it's still held fast, and leap away from the ledge. You're making good distance when you suddenly find yourself swinging boots first towards what appears to be a thin sheet of ice. You adjust your grip, aiming for a more solid-looking section of rock to neatly avoid the ice. We got a Dex 15 check! As you pass the fragile section of ice, you feel the winds pick up. The freezing gust tugs fiercely at your clothing, howling past you. Nearby is a narrow hollow in the wall of the cavern that could provide some shelter until the winds die down. Bulwark against the elements. Last, you come to within arm's reach of the trapped villager. He reaches out. You hoist him up, wrap his arms around you, securing him against your back. Sections of the ridge begin to crumble away in the darkness below. Climb on up. At last, you reach the top and climb to safety. Hi, villager. Oh, thank you. I've been down there for so long, I thought I was done for. I'm heading back to town. Watch your step here. Okay, we got another one. Yeah, if we have a killing orb, we don't have to worry about anything hurting us. They'll be dead, right? They'll be dead before they get to us. Oh no, bitter spirits. We're going to be mixing our drinks soon. They're not very durable. Yeah, just the trash enemies in this are not a problem. 324, we get ourselves some lockpicks from that. Why are there, like, angry lockpick carrying ghosts here? Seriously. Since when did a bitter spirit carry a lockpick?
The stench. Even worse when dead.
Behind
Got him and
us!
bring him. Baragon spoke of this one. Let her be.
Matron Baragon's visions guide us. Run along, little mouse. See, the ogres aren't scary. You just got to make friends with them. Chastity belt failures. Call the locksmith. I love Robin Hood Men in Tights. It's a great movie. Oh, we need to retrieve ore. This seems sketch. Yeah, walk out on the cracked ice. That's going to do you good. A Rite of Ancient Legends. That's +3 lore for a while. That's another exit to the cave. Can you not be focusing in on... Okay, why are you not moving forward, first of all? You... Yeah, they just focus on her. It's mildly irritating. Okay, surge that, surge that. Surge that to try and keep her alive while she's paralyzed. You burp at them. You actually decide to attack for once. You cast out the Beam of Doom, I guess. You drop out some pain on him. I think we just killed something with that, yeah. We'll drop out. We're going to do a slam of that. She's trying to get away. Keep it up with the slams.
Levaru beyond seek.
Yeah, knockdown is extremely important in this. Crowd control. Key to my heart? It's an Everlast. Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. We successfully murdered the fools. Can I actually have control of you now? Thank you. White Audra gems. Seriously, just a random ooze down here. I think that's an adventurer. It is. Got a free warboat for us. Okay, so we've got multiple things to return in the village. We've got multiple quests to do back there too now. But I want see where this goes. Probably up near the temple. I don't think it's going to be deeper into the caves. And I may need to see if my streamer bot is working again soon. I might have to do a BRB in just a second. There's some enemies down there. Let's go ahead and lockpick that. Some odds and ends. Get our tanks out in front. Come down this way. Take out the redfin. I know there's a lot of them down there. I can see all the pauses. Drop out chains on him. And you just keep doing those. We're going to have to rest again soon anyway. Of course they paralyze her. You jerks. Try to get some fear into them. At least they are spreading the damage out. Go ahead and drop a fire one there. Okay, so that red fin's almost dead. This red fin is almost dead. Who are they focusing on? They're focusing on grieving mother. Okay. I am going to go for the bouncies. You heal yourself. Okay. And I think we might have just gotten a level up. No, we didn't. I thought I heard a chime about a level up, but I will be right back 1 second. I need a quick bio break. I've returned. As our characters stand there wasting time. I don't know why the music just sometimes doesn't play. Not a huge deal, but it is a mild bit odd. Yes, lockpick it.
There, done.
Oh, shit. I mean, we'll be fine. I did grab a snack along the way. So if you hear a crunch every now and then. I generally try to chew away from the microphone, but... Let's see. Corrosive Siphon. Corrode damages endurance. Okay. Inflicts steel 5-second duration for each beneficial effect on the target. Steal 15% of attack speed for... That's an odd one. We might like that. And some bracers of deflection. I am fine with us taking that little bit of a ding to the face there. Don't need the camp supplies. What do we have on the legs? A ring of unshackling. We actually already have one of those. They're kind of handy. No promises are made. Emperor text-to-speech. I actually do have speech-to-text, and I could set up text-to-speech as well. I am afraid of doing that, because that is a good way to get your stream shut down. This large sackcloth package is stuffed to capacity. A long gouge along one side has permitted some of its contents to spill out. Shallow tins that stink heavily of svef. Okay. And a bunch of poultry. Very strange caravan here. Oh, we spot the odd, like, foot treasure. But we don't spot the bloody trap. Lovely.
There, done.
Okay, that's some okay stuff to sell. Okay, map-wise, this seems like it's going to be slightly dangerous. So what I think we want to do is clear off this little bit and then go to town, do that little bit, then come back. That way we know we have the thing to open the door. Another reason I do the snack thing, by the way, is there's several things I'm trying to train myself to do better on stream. One of them is I've caught myself doing it a few times. In just... How are we doing on money? We're doing pretty good. One thing I've caught myself doing more... Oh, and we actually do need to set him up to be an escort. But I've caught myself motor mouthing. Which is the thing whenever I go back and watch my old videos and streams and stuff like that. I eventually get... I'm trying to think of a phrase to kind of describe it. But basically, nervous of silence is probably the best way I can describe it. It's not really nervous, but a overwhelming desire to fill the silence. It's the same thing that causes people to say, and like while they're discussing a subject, but they don't want somebody to interrupt them. So they'll often use those words as the gap filler. For me, I'm trying to get better at a lot of these things. Still failing horribly. You reach in the barrel and find a bracelet. Thick aura of essence clings to it, fresh with memory. You feel yourself drawn into it. In the memory, you stride into the fishery. The floors are swept clean, but the wood is still splashed with the snow melt and fish guts. A man hunkers in the corner, his head nodding forward as if in sleep. He looks up drowsily as you approach. It's Grind. His face is youthful but sallow. His hair hangs in stringy locks. You feel a pang of anger and pity at your brother's debauchery. Arda. Oh, he actually has a voice actor. His voice is little more than a croak.
It's past midnight.
Your throat feels tight. Grind wipes his nose, then examines the mingled blood and powder on the back of his hand. He shrugs. Your fingers clench around the coarse, thick fabric, your father's best wool cloak tucked under your arm.
Go! To raid Ceres, or Defiance Bay, or fucking Air Glonfoth. I don't care!
You hurl it at the ingrain huddled on the floor. He picks up the cloak and looks at it with the same sort of dull wonder. He wipes his nose on the lining. A sudden rush of fury leaves your limbs weak and raw.
I'll tell them. Mayor Cena healed. The neighbors. Everyone.
You force the words through your teeth.
About what?
He mumbles, churning his words from a morass of snot and saliva.
The stealing. You think I haven't noticed the money missing from the fishery coffers? Or heard Tana talk about losing a golden duke?
You whisper, afraid even now that someone will overhear you, and the words scorch your throat.
You can't be found when there's work to do, but every time those merchant wagons roll into town, you've got coin enough for a few bags of ripple sponge.
No, that's not.
You grow warm and blurry.
Stalwart tolerates your sponge habit, but they won't abide your thieving.
You touch your bracelet. A gift from Mother, plucked at the beads.
You won't.
Sorry, plucking at the beads. He rises, steadier on his feet than you thought he would have.
I will.
You stride towards him. I wouldn't have shamed Mother and Father while I was living, but I won't let this keep up. Your anger swallows the last of your pity. Anger at him for putting you in this position, for doubting your resolve, for failing to see. You're close enough to smell his stale, sour breath when he pushes you. You fall, watching his widening eyes and the ceiling spinning in your vision. Isn't this just like him? Grinned with his fool tantrums, never thinking of anybody but himself, and now you're going to be nursing a headache for a week. Just goes to show you can't help some people, but you remember him too. Your baby brother running through the snow, slipping, falling on ice, and you're slipping, falling, and there's a table behind you. But it shouldn't. The memory ends abruptly, jolting you back to the present with your heart hammering and your palms sweating. The fishery door creaks open. In walks Grind, staring at you in the bracelet. In surprise and outrage, his face drains of color.
You take shelter in our village and then ransack it like a common thief? You'd better explain yourself.
Easy, Grind. Eliana wouldn't do a thing like that. It's reassuring. Galvino told me you were a ripple sponge addict. Seems you're much more than that.
Any who put stock in the ravings of that bitter old fool deserve all the trouble they get.
You killed your sister, Arda, right here in this room. He opens his mouth to reply, but the words catch in his throat. The guard next to him stares at the bracelet, recognition turning to horror.
It was an accident. I was a failure and a wretch then. But I never would have killed anyone. Least of all my own kin.
I will listen.
I gave her body to the lake, but I kept her bracelet to remember the cost of my own weakness.
He loosens his hands and stares at the emptiness in his leathery palms. He looks from Grind back to you, wringing the handle of his weapon.
I ain't asking for forgiveness. I know I don't deserve any. My penance is my work on behalf of the village. And they need it, truly. You've seen the shape this place is in. Have mercy on Stalwart, if not on me. Let me do the work Arda would have done. That's my debt to Stalwart, and the only fitting way to honor my sister.
That's not for you to decide. You owe it to Arda and to Stalwart to tell the truth about her death.
Kept thinking I could get by this way. But I guess you're right. It's time they knew the truth about me.
So I take it he gave up his thing. I don't particularly hate him. It's one of those things where if you've ever dealt with drug addicts, which guess what, working retail I did, both employees and people, you understand that the person, how they behave when they're clean versus how they behave when they're on drugs are two different things. Yes, they are still responsible for their actions. Yes, they should still be held accountable for those actions. But if there is any avenue with which to help them redeem themselves or become a better person, it's worth looking at. Yes, there's still a human inside of it. And they still have to be held accountable for their actions. If they are going to remain an addict, they should not be part of general population. They should be treated. They should be put in a place where they can be rehabilitated. Honestly. But we don't do rehabilitation very well here in the States. Okay, so we have this thing still. Oh, and we did level up. We're level 11. We're going to go for... I think we're going to hold on points so we can get a 10 mechanics. Look at how few spells we have left to learn. Jeez. Capricious Hex is the only level 6 that we haven't gotten. So, dazed, sickened, and paralyzed. Oh, they become either, depending on its own mysterious whims. The Enervating Terror is actually not a bad one to choose from. What's funny is we have two selections. Ball of Energy, no, we don't care about that. I don't think we do, at least. Lights are continuously replenished until the spell ends. No. We'll ditch that one. Straight Confusion is decent. Pull of Yora is actually fairly decent. Draws all nearby enemies towards it each time it pulses. So we'll do that. I think Torrent of Flame? No. I think Enervating Terror is the other one. And we get a Spell Mastery. A level 2... We're almost at the point where we could actually get a good one. Spell Mastery, we want... I think Necrotic Lance is the good one there. Yeah, have compassion for people, even if situations have put them in a really bad place. I think the only people I can't have that kind of compassion for are people who malevolently choose to do things like that. Like, there is no... I have no compassion for people who are just outright trying to harm people because they want power or something like that. Does that just recharge? Or do we have to kind of just guess?
Back to warm your hands, eh?
You see a room, dark and damp, a cellar. Looks like part of the inn rather than an old fortress. Through Hayfrick's eyes, you admire rows of gleaming bottles, recently dusted and polished. As you step back from the shelves, you look on with satisfaction at a pressure plate concealed in the stone floor.
All right. I won't serve you if you're already drunk, you know. Top quality bear pelts.
And yes, I will sleep. Oh, and it's cheaper. It goes down in price. If you're wondering what I'm snacking on, it's garlic pretzels. If you ever have a chance to try good garlic pretzels, definitely recommend them. So there's something with a stone plate on the floor. I wonder if the dude we made a prisoner of is possibly one of the... We already released him, though. You're running innkeepers like Thénardiers in Les Miserables. Les Miserables. I cannot say that word today for some reason. You know what I mean. For a moment, your senses are overwhelmed. There's a fumbling hands at your belt and your own low laughter in your ears. Your shoulder is jammed up against the cabinet. It rattles every time Britwin leans down to kiss you. There's a sedate pleasure to this memory, but nothing in it has much to do with the battery. I don't think either of them are the ones from the battery.
You look like you've been in the wilds. You see my wagon out there?
I know you're smuggling Zveth.
Keep it down, will you? Look, you seem forthright, but I couldn't just announce my business, could I? Even you've got to understand that. I'm just trying to get out of town before some ogre or fishman or starving snow-addled hunter sticks a blade in my gut. More important, I gotta make good on my deal with the supplier. Ain't someone I'm eager to disappoint.
Fair enough. I'll take my reward then.
Here, as promised. Thanks again. With a little luck, I'll trade these blizzards in for a sea breeze soon enough.
Yay! More level ups. Let's go with a survival on you. Go with... Oh, you have a spellmaster as well. Definitely iconic projection. That is like one of our most used spells, so might as well have an extra cast of it. Guaranteed in every battle. You take another survival. That's going to get you another damage reduction. 7 men onto the deck they went. Defense against prone. Deflection. Or we could have burn damage. Think out of the things that we have a choice of. I think we go with the broke both arrow and blade. But the rest of these are slightly tempting. No, we'll use Mythfear. Let's get more damage out. More damage means we take less because we'll kill them faster. Grieving Mother, also getting that. Disintegration. Burns away the ethereal sinew that holds together the mind, body, and soul of the target enemy, causing it to rapidly take raw damage. Targets that have their endurance reduced to 0 disintegrate into non-existence. We can get 2 spells if we want. Manifests the target ally's mental strengths and projects them outward forcefully, causing a shockwave to inflict crush damage and knocks any in the air. It's only foes. It's a foe AoE. I don't know why I can't say Les Miserables, or however it is. Normally I can, but today it's just like, nope, that is not processing within my brain space.
Thanks again. I'll be gone just as soon as the weather clears.
Right when we'll read both of your souls. A handful of memories dart across your mind like a startled fish, leaving indistinct images and sounds in their wake. For a moment, you're overwhelmed until one particular recollection tugs at your senses with a stubborn force. You, or Audred, or both, kneel on a stone floor held between 2 men. The men pacing in front of you wears the armor of a crucible knight. You feel Audred's half-hearted contempt for him as if he were your own. You feel his triumph, too, when the knight comes just close enough for you to spit blood into his boots. Leslie Brightwin. A whiff of salt and brine in your nostrils before the room has even faded. The sound heaves beneath your feet, and a spray of ocean water roars over the railings as a ship heels under the wind. The ship shudders violently, and you are thrown against the railing. In that moment, you find your gaze pulled to the pitching surface of the dark sea, and see there an eye, broad as a shield, gazing back at you in turn. Fear and fascination sweep through your mind, even as your senses recede and the memory fades. I mean, we can do this 100 times. Nope, none of them are old enough. I'm going to check if he is. They are not. You might be. Neither of those are named, I don't think. You are.
Something I can do for you?
Read her soul. You feel Owena's essence and almost instantly find yourself wrapped in darkness. It takes you a moment to realize that you've plunged into a very old memory, but as your eyes adjust to the torchlight, find yourself standing in a gloomy tunnel that you can instinctively recognize as part of Durgan's battery. A handful of figures in patchy cloaks and hoods, dwarves like you, hunch over a minecart. They're loading it with cloth-wrapped bundles from which you see the occasional flash of metal. The edge of a blade or burnished glow of plate. The other dwarves scurry with a curious mixture of haste and caution. They stack the bundles in a din of muted clangs and thumps, following the echoes of their ruckus down the tunnel with a nervous eye. Pay attention!
Pay attention. Sooner we get this done, sooner we can go.
Your voice is a dry whisper, and your nerves tingle with energy. You feel the same apprehension that others do, but unlike them, you relish it. Still, you look over your shoulder just in case.
We're hurrying, Captain Gregor. Honest.
When you turn back, the others have redoubled their efforts, and you feel a pleasurable twist in your gut as they fill the cart. Being captain of the guard doesn't pay much, but it does allow you to visit the armory without raising eyebrows. And the coinmaster Zoltan selling off half the battery's arsenal, who's going to notice a few more missing pieces. Besides, you've got a buyer lined up. As long as you can move these goods out of the battery before someone squeals. As you surface from the memory, you realize that an awakening will be permanent for Owena. There may be others in this town that could awaken instead. You look up Owena staring at you.
Ma'am? Excuse me, ma'am? You all right?
I want to find all the other villagers, and we currently have the sound bug. I will rectify it if it continues after we leave the hut. It does. That noise, the noise. It will kill us all. It will be the end of us. No. It'll be the end of my sanity for sure, though. I have a feeling it's going to mostly be secondary characters, if I had to take a wild guess. Trying to think what else. Oh yeah, you leveled up, didn't you? You get another survival, I think? No. They're going to start getting expensive. Go with another athletics. As far as the attacks, get frenzy. Might, constitution, attack speed, reduced deflection, health, endurance, concealed. Okay, that would actually be kind of nice. Viciously enlightening fury, taking on all comers. Each equipped weapon attacks every nearby enemy, doing extra damage and inflicting carnage if available. Vengeful defeat. Bloodlust. Once he personally downed at least 2 enemies, so that you start killing things, it starts building up your speed. Barbarian's mere presence becomes so intimidating as to fill all approaching enemies with nauseating dread. As long as the barbarian is stationary, nearby enemies may be sickened. Which is... reduces all attributes by 1. Huh. That's not bad. Because we usually are standing still with a bunch of things surrounding us. On attacks that normally target deflection, the barbarian will instead attack fortitude if it's lower. I think we want to do the threatening presence. Let's see if we can find some more people, though. Yeah, we'll read the town person's things as well.
You've been busy since we last spoke. I want to thank you for what you've been doing for Stalwart.
Your awareness settles beneath Renengild's skin. You feel yourself looking through her eyes upon a time-faded memory. You're standing in the inn, the room is stifling, but it's the body heat of so many furious villagers, not the neglected fire pit, that's drawn sweat from your pores. Your husband waits by the door, about as far as he can get from the assembly. He holds Uldric, whose cheeks are bright as he watches the adults bicker with wide, fearful eyes. You'd never realize how badly your neighbors stank, but something rank and repulsive rises from them as they pack together in this room.
How much did the old snake pay you, Sinahiod?
It's Grin, the head fisherman, jabbing a furious finger towards the back of the room. Sinhyod, your erstwhile mayor, squirms in a corner, pinned by the accusing stares of the entire village. Oh, those eyes. Their cruel, porcine eyes. They're watching Sinhyod with the dumb gluttony of hogs staring at fodder. The only sight that turns your stomach more is Sinhyod himself, trying to wriggle free of his own lies.
Maestro Galvino and I came to an agreement. It was for the good of Stalwart. I thought...
You thought you'd let a killer walk among us?
Cries of fierce agreement rise from the others. What began as a collective grumbling is swelling and congealing like storm clouds. Look back at your husband. He's whispering to Uldric, but when you catch his eye, he directs a silent supplication to you.
Let's go.
A wet smack draws your attention back to the other end of the room. Someone's thrown a potato, and Sinhyod cringes and rubs his jaw. You want to shout at them all for this nonsense and waste, but you know this is about to get worse. Stalwart will have blood, and Galvino and his horror had the sense to flee already. You turn again, and your husband is beckoning you with swift, chopping motions. But what stops your breath is Aldrich. His little eyes are fixed in the churning mob, and you knew ever since you started hearing about those hideous purges that he'd seen something like this one day. But did it have to be so soon? It's what drove that devil woman to madness, and now his little eyes have gotten big, big enough to swallow the whole scene, and now he's seeing you as part of it. You want to leave now, but if you do, this is what your boy will remember: cowardice and madness, about people, about Stalwart, about you. The people around you jostle and bark in their rage. They're dangerous animals, but animals nonetheless. They just need to be led. So you push your way to the end of the room, where Sinhiod trembles in a puddle of his own piss.
Enough.
Your voice boils up from your throat. The others fall silent, watching you. Hey, listen, dumbly trusting. They listen, dumbly trusting, as you turn Sinhiod's death sentence into an exile. No one contradicts you when you explain that he's going to march out of this village alone and into whatever miserable hamlet will have him. They silently agree when you explain that their hands are too clean for the likes of him. But there's something else forming behind their eyes, a kernel of trust and dependence. You feel it curdling around you, encasing you like a pearl does sand. You only wanted to spare Sinhiod's life, not volunteer for this job. But you see so much fear simmering just beneath their expressions. Fear at godmen marching through the mountains, at Deerwoodians and their purges, at dying the slow, lonely death of a ghost town. And you see their grateful reassurance mirrored in Aldrich's expression. Perhaps this place is hopeless, but you realize that you can't leave it any more than you could leave your boy. The only person who isn't looking at you is your husband. He's shaking his head, his eyes on the door. You retreat from Renengild's memory, vivid though it is. It has nothing to do with Durgan's
What's
battery.
on your mind?
It's I think it might have actually been a similar name, but I don't think it was him, because he's still alive. He hasn't been dead. But yeah, there's Aldrich there. He's the snarky son. Or it might just be a common name. We have 27 Aldrichs in our town. We have to call them by their middle names. Just like we have 5 Griswolds. Actually, catching Griswold out in the wild as a name throws me off so bad. Because it happens. It's not like an unheard of name. And yes, we are doing a save and load. I heard the noise. I heard the noise. Okay. So we know one person who is an old soul, and that's the cleaning lady. I have a feeling it's not going to be quest givers, because that would be too prone to there being something that could break. But I wouldn't be surprised if the lady in here has an old soul.
Got to speak up? My hearing ain't what it was.
You feel her essence humming and buzzing. Another personality instead of memories lies dormant within her soul, convulsing as if in a fitful sleep. The contours of that dormant soul are sharp, ragged. As you reach out for it, it seizes you violently. You're standing in a darkened feast hall. Sturdy tables and benches have been stacked against the door on the far end of the room. You know it won't be enough. A few dozen other dwarves from your tunneling crew wait with you, shovels and pickaxes in their shaking hands.
Sinove, please. If we go now, we can get behind the barricade. We won't do any good here.
He's right, and you hear agreement in the quiet murmur of the others. But Arms Warden Maran ordered you to hold your ground here. Yet in those rising whispers, you hear the opening bars of mutiny. You've never tolerated insubordination from your crew, and you aren't about to start. So you heft your pickaxe and swing it into the man's skull. He collapses and the others fall silent. The acrid odor of urine rises from his body.
We're gonna go down fighting. Anyone who feels differently can settle it with me right now.
Your voice is hoarse from hours of shouting orders, but no one else moves. They cast their eyes down in the flickering torchlight. Something thuds against the door. The others raise their weapons, picks, shovels, and a few swords, but they don't dare flinch. Your own pulse pounds at your temples. You pull back from Taina's soul, but you feel Zenove's wrath and the ferocity tugging at you still. Her essence thrashes, lashing out at an unseen enemy. Zenove is powerful but dangerous too. Her fury has anchored her to old and threatening memories. Leave. So we have two options now. Of course it... Oh, man. The footstep bug is going to drive me crazy. You have a colleague at work. You are named almost the same. Last names differ, but even the first two letters of the are the same there. I've had that situation as well. I haven't had anyone with an identical last name to me, but I've had someone close. I'm going to save and quick load again. Even with rare middle names. Oh, man. Actually, I'm trying to think if I've had anyone share my middle initial and first name. They've had different spellings of my first name and had the same middle initial. Let's see. Okay, so we have two there. Wouldn't be surprised if he's another one, but he is a quest giver too, so he might not. And I think we are done with all of our constructions. Yep, it is completely built. The way souls work in this, think more Final Fantasy VII, where when something dies, it returns to the life stream, and then it comes back out in somebody else later. In this, the souls retain some of that identity and keep flowing in and out of bodies as the bodies die. They get born again, and it's more of like a subtle background rather than you are this person still kind of situation, if that makes sense. So none of them. Yeah, it is rather dangerous, especially considering we can wake up these old souls now, apparently. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those situations where it's a mechanic that's only for this quest, and we can't actually do that to anybody later. But it would be cool if we got like a special ability that allowed us to do something with that. Hey, Ista.
Have some luck. And do take care with that device. It has a few rather delicate components.
Didn't find any ore deposits, but I did find this.
What? So it works? What a day! But why these gems? I didn't think the device would be able to pick up inert Audra. I have to study this further. But all the same, it worked! At last! A breakthrough! With that Audra to work from, I can refine the enchantments. We'll be digging up iron, gold, Audra, all of it!
I'm happy to help.
This is going to change everything. Oh, and I won't leave you empty-handed, of course. Here, I had this set aside for supplies, but I don't think I'll be staying in Stalwart much longer. I won't forget all you've done for me. They'll hear about this back home, I promise you. Who knows? Perhaps they'll name the next battery after you.
Yay!
This is going to be fantastic. Just wait till they hear about this back home.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool concept, but also, yeah, dangerous. I do have... It's not the exact same concept. The way I'm doing Warforged in the game I'm making, I'm not calling them Warforged, but basically it is a druidic kind of take on Warforged, because it uses growth rather than machinery. It's basically imbuing the souls into the new form, and theoretically you could just do that forever. But this is just, you're born into the souls. Whereas in mine, you're actually infused through magics. So do we really only have 2 people? Maybe you're one? I think we end up ruining the life of the poor lady taking care of the inn.
Welcome.
You're reminded of a bit in the Heroes of Might and Magic world of Ashen, or Ashan, where certain human beings are attuned to the celestial and demonic forces. So certain bloodlines can be used to house or imprison those creatures, and then awaken in full control of them. Interesting. Thursh's soul is a vibrant, solid thing, and as you reach out for it with your senses, you see your breath begin to fog in the air. You find yourself far above the ground, wedged in the juncture of 2 branches. The moonlight is bright upon the snow, and the distance of your quarry steps out. Yeah, this is not going to be one of the hunt ones.
Welcome.
So we have 2 choices. And unfortunately, I think we're going to have to ruin the life of one of them. And I'm going to feel bad about it. I don't think there's another way to do it. I don't think there's like an alternate way in. So.
Andres Tides, Durance, you crack me up.
There's no joke to be had, Amawa. Only the observations of a humble missionary.
Oh, tell me the one about Magrin again. I love that joke.
Simply because I have business with that whore does not mean I care to discuss it.
How do you make your face get so red?
She is riling him up. But unfortunately, the one in here, it seems like this is going to be the peaceful one. The other one seems like it's going to cause trouble. I'd much rather a smuggler than a whatchamacallit. Someone who just put a pickaxe in someone's head. Swear jar 2, damn it. Swear jar 3. I should make a swear jar emoji. I don't want to ruin this poor person's life. I'm sorry, Owena. You seemed like a nice innkeeper's maid.
Something I can do for you? Halfrick's got me straightening the rooms, but I'll help you if I can.
Awaken Gregor.
Who? I don't...
Her face goes slack, and she looks for a second as if she's fallen asleep, but her eyelids flutter, and after several seconds, they open slits.
I'm the captain of the guard. Best be careful where you sling an accusation like that.
I was hoping we could work together.
We're of one mind, then. However, I like to see offers on the table before I deal. What would you give me?
I awakened you. Seems you owe me now.
I see. You have me at a loss, and yet this is not a loss entirely.
Finally, she chuckles. She looks herself over, holding out her arms and feeling the fabric of her clothing. It wasn't even you who swore the second time around? Ah. I've probably swore enough times in passing that I've gotten it past 3. I need to reach Durgan's battery. The Cantech,
Hammers
please.
of Durgan, ring loud. May the anvil's deep music resound. Walls of the battery safeguard our works from marauder and wilder alike. Abidun's faithful travail by the forge, and the fires that brighten the ore. If anyone asks, you didn't hear it from me. Got that? Now.
Owena doubles over, sneezing hard enough to scatter dust across the floor. She looks back up, wiping at her watering eyes.
Beg your pardon for going on so. I got carried away, and... What was that I said? About hammers and fires and...
You're awakened. You share the soul of a guard captain from Durgan's battery.
You must be joking. How could that happen?
I awakened you. I needed information. His soul reincarnated whole within you. Sometimes awakenings result.
I can't be awakened. That means... Andres Tides, I'm stuck with him.
Her body goes rigid, every muscle tensing. She stands there, frozen in shock, until a sly look warms her eyes. The thaw creeps down her shoulders and torso until at last she speaks again, her voice smooth as oil.
It's not all bad, Owena. Way I see it, you and me can make some deals. To our mutual benefit. Deals? What do you want from me? For you, not from you. I'm thinking it's time we got a raise. I don't know about that. Hafric's a bit of a miser, he is. Don't you worry about Hafric. I've got something else in mind.
Oh, now I feel real bad. Ah, jeez.
Something you need, ma'am? Ha! Very good. Next time, tilt your head a little lower. Then you can get a look at her purse. We're just practicing, of course. Don't mind us. Something you need, ma'am? I should thank you. She's more of a natural at this thieving business than I ever was. Something you need, ma'am? I should thank you. She's more...
I don't know. I still think a thief is still a better choice of the two. The other one literally said that they would probably kill people. Yeah, domed a guy with a pickaxe, but still had a bunch of pent-up rage, is what they said. Which makes me nervous. So we'll take that, and we'll put this trap back in there. It makes me nervous. I have a feeling there's neither one is a good choice. I'm gonna quick save. I'm locking it in. I love the music here. Normally, I'm not a big fan of the operatic music, but this thing, we don't need that. Yeah, we've been caught stealing. I just feel really bad. Because neither one of them deserved being basically given multiple personality disorder on the fly. Uh, 25 experience. We will send you. They don't deserve it, but now they never want stimulating conversation. I mean, I know someone who hears voices, they don't like it that much. What am I getting a message about? Didn't need that pointed out today. Recruit Zahua and Devil Carcass commands. Okay. Go back to this. Oh, Lord. Someone was just pointing out about how TikTok is going to go away. We're playing Goblin with a fat ass today because the DM for the mini campaign is busy today. So the only like real TTRPG I have this week is on Sunday. It's essentially a one page, but it's like front and back RPG. It's a yes and type thing. No. But yeah, it was a message about how TikTok's going away and talking about crap on Facebook and stuff like that. It was part of a YouTuber group that I'm part of. Basically, business talk kind of stuff. Walking while crunching. Question is it the game making the crunch noise or is it me? Feel free to judge me. Yeah, I'm having fun with this game. Worst group you ever joined was a scientist group against the government project. Okay, let me read that again. Worst group you ever joined was a scientist group against a government project that you are technically also working on. That sounds about right. A lot of these things people make uninformed decisions about as well. Frankly, I think the banning of TikTok was uninformed and idiotic. I think the actions of Facebook in reaction to the recent political shifts is a shitty one too. They're very much taking a anti-human rights stance on a lot of their things. I'm not just talking about their policy changes on the website. I'm talking about their business practices. Okay, so you guys need to go down. Take the Wilder first. You do your free shot through them. Who are we hitting first? Thought we had a new ability we got. Oh, no, we got a passive on her. Never mind. Okay, so we have those casting out. That's a good one. We'll do the magic missile next on this guy. The recent banning on whaling that orange... Oh. It looks like a Russian sturge, but is really a Russian stooge. Yep. Lot of really stupid stuff has been going on. It's not going to get better. The next 4 years are going to be an experience, is the nicest way I'm going to say it.
Love.
Okay, you drop out this next.
Beyond.
Okay, so that guy's badly injured. You focus in on him.
Seek.
Mow it.
I don't want to use up any extra spell slots, so we're just doing brute force here.
Suck
Yeah, it's immune to a bunch of status effects. Kind of sucks for me because I'm not heavy status effect reliant, but I am somewhat status effect reliant. Yeah, that might happen too. I hope it doesn't. I hope that some people are at least smart enough to stop that. But I don't think they are. I think they will appeal to the redneck morons, because that is their demographic. I apologize if anyone out there is a redneck moron, but guys done fucked up. Put that one in the swear jar and smoke it. Say, I think that's going to be the entrance. Or is this going to be the entrance? Don't know which side the entrance is going to be on. We're exploring currently. Yeah, this is going to be the entrance. Because this is the bridge back across the Valley of Doom. You probably have an encounter on this side of the bridge, too. If the game sticks with how it's been doing things lately. Maybe we don't. What is that? Crate is empty, though it smells strongly of fish. Hello. Here's someone we have a bounty for. Actually, no. We'll do this first. You go after that. You go after that.
Love.
Okay, so we have the skull wizard over there. Next shot is going to be on you.
Love.
And we will do that number. They're barely injured yet. Need to do the war cry. He's stunned currently, damn it. Damn it. Someone just knocked her the hell out. Let's chain you. How much longer are you prone? Half a second. Extraordinary defense, legally distinct Minsk. You attack him. You... Dreadful Shout. You're refreshing. And we'll drop that there. Okay, that's at least damaging them a little bit. Okay, so there's their wizard down. Let's go and get another one of these on you. You're getting rogued. Sucks. All of you go after him. You keep doing your thing here. I think you just killed somebody. We'll take out the paladin next. No, you're still alive. You're just badly injured. That's fine. Smite. Okay, so they're starting to chew on him. You pull away, disengage quickly. Do an AoE heal. Yeah, Metzla is another one we are actually hunting right now, in case you're wondering. Are you almost gone? You are not almost gone. I think we need another spike on you. Go ahead and recover. Yeah, take him out. Near death on Metzla. So no, you do an AoE. That might actually kill them as well, because it's going to do burn damage. He has the special thing that causes extra pain whenever he does burn.
Lava.
Okay, so you're still barely injured. The Cypher's dead. You get the hell away from this part of the fight. They're dropping. What percent chance? I can't see it because the other numbers. 39% chance. Think we take out the priestess. Slaked Skull Monk. Oh, that is a monk. That's not a rogue. Oh, crap. That changes a little bit. Monks are a nightmare. They reposition us, which is always bad. As you can see, they just shoved him up into the middle of that fight with that. Which is never good. Heal yourself. You do an AoE heal. You jackass monk. Yeah, the monks are just freaking brutal. Maybe I should be running a monk. They are such pushers. Yeah, you really hope it doesn't either, but let me frank, nobody of American friends who have admitted to voting that way have yet to contact you. Yeah, I know a few who have voted that way. I did not. He is generally unloved in most of my circles. And that's generally how I keep it. I'm not opposed to apolitical leaning, but I am opposed specifically to him. He is a piece of shit. Prayer Against Treachery is pretty good. Immunity to Charm and Dominated for 20 seconds. And Suppressed Affliction. That is not a bad flail. The problem is, again, it's a melee weapon for a character that I wouldn't want to use on a melee character because it's not high damage. There's the head. Oh, there's another spell we haven't learned. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to rest. Trample bloody slush around this toppled wagon. You spy tracks leading back along back to the south. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna have to rest because he has what? -2 move speed. Go for it.
Proacted! Crave thou filath
Yeah, we'll take his stuff. Let's go and back over here. Question is, do we just live with the lowered move speed? I think we might. Sorry, taking a drink real quick. Oh, goodness gracious. You mend yourself. Think we're going to live with it for at least a couple fights. Because I don't want to lose access to... Oh, whatchamacallit. The bonuses from the inn.
Crave thou filath
And the last one. Especially since we can get through a few fights without having to do that. How are you looking on XP? You're getting close. For being a level behind everybody, he's actually a halfway decent soldier. Okay, so that might be the entrance. Is it? Or is it a watchtower? And that's some stairs. And there's an item up there. Okay, so we have a watchtower over here that we might go through. You grab the bow. It vibrates with a strange and familiar energy. Searching for your pack, you find the silver arrow you found lodged in an injured winter wolf. As you hold the bow and arrow together, the arrow suddenly snaps into place. You hear a crackling hum, and a pale ribbon of light begins to form between the ends of the bow. Feel very solid resistance. We got the storm collar. This bow is a smooth and light driftwood, and has a sturdy mast. It feels warm in your hands, as if one of its previous owners had passed it to you. It has shock pierce accuracy. I have a feeling. Chanter, Cipher, Ranger. What is its range? 12? I think we'll put it on you. The only downside of it is that we don't have the penetration of the Arquebus. Sorry. Because that has a 6 DR bypass. Whereas this is probably going to be status effects. Oh, the shock, it actually bypasses damage reduction shock for... That's nice. So yeah, we'll bind with that. Okay, so that's going to go... I actually don't think there's anybody that can use that effectively. or that I'd want to swap it out to. Because that causes disorientation. Yeah, no, we don't want to. We want status effects. It's crowd control. It's good crowd control. We don't need that. And thankfully, with how the bot has been working, it's actually functioning properly now. Yay. It's not doing the... It's not announcing it across both streams. Unconquerable. Okay, so nothing else over here. Just had the one treasure. So there's pretty much two paths we could go. Up this side path or through the main path. Yeah, go all the way down here. I have a feeling this is not going to be as bad as some of the other things we've encountered. Like that dragon, for example, I think is going to be still the worst thing we've encountered here. Seems like we're going to find an enemy up here for some odd reason. I think that's a dead body. Nope, it's just junk. Okay. Can't go up in there. I mean, we can, but it's a solid wall. There go the dwarves. We'll deal with them in a minute. I have a feeling we're going to be fighting ghosts in there. All to hunch. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. As long as we don't cross the beams, we're fine.
That caravan must have had a half-ton of steel. Coinmaster Zoltan's finally getting his way.
Go on, let me do that. Thank you. Been a while since we had one of those.
For now, the other commandants will have his head.
Only if they don't tear each other to pieces first. I heard Maroon and Exandru.
Shh. Last thing I want is to get on Maroon's bad side.
Fine, just say the words then. I'm getting hoarse.
You're getting horse? I thought you were getting dwarf. Make up your mind. Are these centaurs or dwarves?
The lesser the man, the greater the things he builds to compensate for it.
Did he just say this castle has small dick energy? I'm not going to deny him that, but... Though the wind and the ice have pried long, jagged cracks in the walls, the doors feel as solid and as cold as a glacier. Gilded panels are arranged in the columns along the doors, though most depict scenes from daily life. Dwarves chiseling at tunnel walls, hauling minecarts, or feasting at long tables. One pane at eye level catches your attention. It's a relief showing a crenellated wall, and above it, an indentation in the shape of an anvil. Place the anvil tile in the relief. Actually, let's examine it. Peering closer, you notice the anvil-shaped impression is strangely dull and smooth, as if it hasn't been exposed to the elements for long. Judging by the depth of the impression, you suspect that it's a socket for a tile or relief of some kind. Furthermore, you see well-worn grooves alongside the anvil socket. The anvil-shaped tile fits perfectly in the impression. You feel warm thrum in your fingertips as it snaps into place. Hammers of Durgon ring loud. May the anvil's deep... Strike the anvil relief? As you do, a single ringing tone whistles through the air. Your hand buzzes and vibrates like struck metal. When you look back at the relief, the panels on either side of the wall and anvil have come alive. Ogres and warriors of all races gather for battle, their shapes and silhouettes formed by flaring world heat patterns. The tiny figures move and dance, animated by the flicker and blaze of an unseen fire. Travail by the forge and the fires that brighten the ore. Walls of the battery safeguarder works for Marauder and Wilder alike. Hear the mechanism thuds, some mechanism loosening behind the plaque. Push the wall relief. Slides easily with the slightest pressure from your fingers. You guide it up and over the anvil relief where it clicks into place. Beneath it is a deep cavity. It's shaped like a dragon's gaping jaws. Abaddon's faithful travail by the forge and the fires that brighten the ore. Warm air gusts from the open mouth, tingling your cold, numbed face. Stick your weapon into the mouth. Nope. Forge? And examine it more closely. The heat billowing from the mouth prevents you from getting too close, but the rim of the cavity and the tiny teeth surrounding it are blackened with soot. You accidentally inhale some of its vapor. Odorless, it leaves you lightheaded. Press the dragon's tongue to light a fire in the mouth. Fire catches the warm vapor with billowing. Whoosh. The dragon's eyes are alight. The flames lick at the edges of its mouth. Seconds later, the panel is sliding away from you as the two enormous doors swing open into the grand hall. So we had to look into the hole? Seriously? Look into the hole to solve the puzzle. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling this is going to get tough. He may want his mustache back, but he can't have it. It's mine now. Yeah, I'm feeling the sense of a long, narrow hallway. Actually, I'm feeling the sense of someone's going to knock a bucket down a well and cause all this echoing, and then the goblins and trolls are going to come and... Oh, wait, that's a different...
I hear them, whispering of long-dead memories. They're here, Watcher.
Why, yes, they are. Statue of Abaddon is modeled and tarnished, but with each bolt and rivet appears crafted with meticulous detail. Be wary of traps, my friends.
We earned this. Durgan's steel has lined our halls in gold.
Your vanity dishonors Abidon and cheapens us all.
These weapons are ours. Or have you two forgotten how to hold a sword?
If they need reminders that they're dead, I'd be happy to oblige them.
He is very much just all in on being a lunatic. Okay, so we've got stairs. I have a feeling we'll be going between floors quite a bit. That was unnerving. I closed the door and then it opened up. Many households in Durgan's Battery had a statue out of Abaddon that was cast from the White Forge. The original was made by a renowned Optopo sculptor. Okay. The fact that that door opened its own ass back open scares me. We'll deal with it in a minute.
How long before the commandants come to blows?
Did you see the look in Maroon's eye? Exandro had better watch his back.
I was expecting there to be more between that. This is the feast hall, apparently. Okay, nothing too scary here yet. You go ahead and at them. You take on that, you take on that. Yeah, everyone's doing quite good in here. We're not even really having to worry about too much. They're immune to all the stat effects. They've... Oh, wow. Traitors! Cowards! Okay. Melee damage bonus. That might go on you. We'll see in a minute. That is an exceptional saber that can just go in there. I do want to see if those gloves would be better on you or not. DR bypass or extra damage. I think DR bypass is better. A dexterity boost on him is decent. It improves your action speed, so it allows him to attack faster. I think that's just going to sit. Zoltan's the only one with sense. Anyone who says otherwise is a fool.
That cheat sold our steel and kept the coin himself.
Maroon? She won't rest until our corpses decorate the halls.
Dolgaunt, Dolgrim, and Dolgar. Snog, marry, avoid. I mean, that's a lot more peaceful than the one I've heard. They all decided to just kill, kill, and kill. Incense and ash rusted metal tokens. Bronze statue of Abaddon stands over incense, ash, and rusted metal tokens. Let's see. Now we continue. Go doors first. I think if I do a second playthrough of this, I'm totally going to go the route of just having people get custom characters in it. I don't know whether it'll be first come, first serve or randomized. It just makes some... Because frankly, I can never have all the characters that have custom story things in the party. Go ahead and heal yourself. And hello, Battery Priest. Sacre through! Sacre blue. There's a level up. We're getting a lot more XP per kill as well in this. You are going to go for a survive, so you can get damage reduction 2. Inspiring Triumph is interesting, but I think it was Aegis of Loyalty we were looking at. I thought there was some... Oh, no, these are paladin abilities, not passives. Exhortation. We have the Reviving and Healing Chain. Three plus 5 meter jump. I don't think that's ever going to reach all of us because we usually tend to stay about 10 meters back. I think Liberating Exhortation might be the one to go with. Just to get rid of the control effects that they do on us. Okay, now to see if we spot any traps. Figured there'd be some. They're worth XP if nothing else. Don't walk on it. Okay, so we'll go that way after clearing this side room so we can just kind of wiggle our way past it. I think we're going to have another ghost thing here as well.
We've got to survive by any means necessary.
We'll have blood in these halls before long.
Do you have anything else to say? That's another door. A wave of essence ripples through the air. The ancient stones grind and groan around you, and a woman's voice echoes from the hall.
Stop right there. You must be some merchant come to speak with Zoltan.
There's a pause in which the woman's wrathful essence gathers like a storm cloud on the other side of the door. The entire room creaks from the pressure of her presence. Her true quarrel is with Zoltan, but she will take it out on you if she can.
Our illustrious coin master may let you plunder our armory, but I've got other ideas for dealing with your lot.
Her voice is sharp and loud like the slamming of a door. As her words echo in the chamber, the ghosts startle and flinch, glancing about in agitation.
Turn and go before I show you how an arms warden deals with trespassers.
What's going on here?
Pargrunen quarrels are no business of yours, outsider.
And who are you?
I'm Maroon, proud Pargren and arms warden of Durgan's battery. And you're answering my questions now.
A group called the Leaden Key is seeking something here. The ghost stirs, looking around and shivering. Their eyes widen and glow as they light on you, as if they're noticing you for the first time. Just as quickly they gaze away and seem to forget you once more, but they seem alert, wary.
Whoever you're searching for, I haven't seen them, and none get past me. Leave our halls. Go back to whatever land you hail from.
Your foundations were blessed by Abaddon himself. What harm could I possibly do?
You sound like Exandru. At least you're no friend of Zoltan's, then. You may pass, but don't make me regret this. I'll be watching you.
Oh, great. And that's going to be down. We'll finish clearing this floor. We have two options. We have up and down in here. This is going to be a dungeon and a half. Calling it now.
There, done.
It's good XP. Trying not to have her go all the way in just yet, because I have a feeling there is going to be...
Regret this.
Do not remove any equipment from the armory without permission from the arms warden, Maron, or Captain Reger. They're gonna attack us after we do this. Grants knockdown once per encounter. That's not bad. Battered helm. As it has twice before, your vision blurs and fades to black. When it returns, you find yourself on your knees, a shattered sword in your hand, and broken, battered helm in front of you, your helm. You can feel blood pouring down one side of your face. And you know for certain that you will never see your left eye again. Arrayed around you in a circle are other warriors, some from your tribe, the rest from an enemy tribe. They watch the combat in silence. You're going to die, old man. Your opponent is brash but young and strong. You still think single combat was a good idea. You do. Last winter's famine took a heavy toll on your tribe, and your warriors were in no shape to fend off an all-out attack from its enemies. Single combat was your tribe's only hope, but not if you lose. Once again, the world stops, the memory trail awaiting your guidance. Take him down with you. You force yourself to your feet and toss away your broken blade. Summoning the last reserves of your energy, you charge your opponent. He's ready for you. His blade bites deep into your side, a mortal blow. He laughs, but the last laugh is yours. You are older and you are slower, but you are still strong. You seize the young warrior's head, and with a roar of triumph, snap his neck and drop his corpse in the mud. You remain standing, sheer willpower keeping you up, until you're certain that you are undisputed winner of combat. It's not until the last of the enemy warriors have left your village that you allow yourself to collapse. The last thing you ever remember is the hands of your people reaching out to catch you. Yes, it's all coming back, my sister, my reign, the end. Oh, Garrod looks at his own spectral form in a sad surprise in his eyes, watching it begin to fade. But I've only just seen it. There's been so little time to know what to make of it all. Farewell, Garrod. The wheel has no patience, it seems. I trust my helm to your care. Whole and unbroken helm. Farewell, my friend. And it is +3 might, and it gives retaliation. And it's just damage back when they hit you. Holy butts. So an intellect helm or just, fuck you guys, I'm going home helm. That's going in there. Actually, I think yours is just +1 intellect, isn't it? No, it's perception resolve. Where's the 1 intellect one? Nope, nobody has it on. We don't have enough mechanics even for that. Holy crap. Okay, since I don't want everyone getting nuked. You're gonna take it. Which is a Brogdur's Brigade. Barricade. Rest of Tattered Veils on a critical hit. Grants Bash. Bash has resulted in them using Bash instead of a normal attack a few times. I'm not sure we actually want that. Keep it kind of lingering around. Am I going to have the mechanics by the end of this? I don't know. Let's go in here in notes. Traps. Don't care about that. This is what? What is this place called? Quest. This is Durgan's Battery. We do have some enemies in here. I can see it moving around right there. Okay, it's just 4 of them. We haven't rested yet. We haven't used up our bonus. We still have the plus might. Just like I am. Oh, we don't get to see it. I think he was properly reloading the crossbow, using a crank to get the extra strength into it. Did they really put that much attention to detail into their reloads? That'd be cool if they did. Dear esteemed Coinmaster Zoltun, I write you in anger and bafflement. Have I not been a faithful customer to you? Have I not been fair in my dealings? Yet, after all our business together, your people turned me away like some filthy beggar. I arrived at the battery a fortnight ago, frost in my beard and not a morsel in my belly. Barely had I unhitched the horses when your commandant Exandru came to meet me. The priest told me that I would be made welcome, but my profane business would not. In short, I would have to leave at first light, my wagon's empty. Certain that this was but a negotiating tactic, I told Exandru that I would of course see him compensated along with you. He left in a huff, and when I presented myself at the door, it was Commandant Maron, your arms warden, who met me. She told me to leave at once, that she wouldn't have my coin-grubbing hands tarnishing Durgan's steel. Now, I appreciate forceful bargaining as much as any man of coin, but I was cold, hungry, and put off by her vehemence. So I showed her the letter you had sent inviting me to examine your latest stock of Durgan steel. Commandant Maron drove a rapier through the letter and sliced it in two. Then she warned me that her blade, a fine weapon indeed, would be the last I ever laid eyes on if I did not hie back down to the mountain at once. Never have I endured such humiliation and expense, only to return home empty-handed. I do not understand what has passed between you and your associates, but I urge you to take charge. I fear your other commandants will be your undoing. Indeed, that of all Durgan's battery, if you do not deal with them swiftly and decisively. Yours, Mestre Annetto of Cesaro. Interesting. And yes, you can tell that there were people, like, barricaded into these areas. More of those daily affirmations. Surprised those mushrooms are still good.
Damn you both! My generation built this keep to honor Abidan, not to further your greed and ambition.
We're Pergrunin. Our forefathers explored and conquered, but you've stuck us in this frigid hall.
Paved with gold and marble. I won't allow us to abandon our legacy for your delusions.
No, you'll peddle it away to line your pockets. How much have you made selling our steel, Zoltan?
Again with your lies. You think I don't hear you turning the others against me? These walls echo, and...
Enough! I'll send the Forge Guardians on both of you if that's what it takes.
I'm afraid to ask what a Forge Guardian is. Or are those what we've been fighting?
There, done.
Got Boots of Stability. Those are not bad. We have some already. Here is a current accounting of this month's production. 20 longswords, 15 axes, 12 hammers, 7 maces, 2 flails. 7 full suits of armor for Forge Guardians, 3 additional suits of armor. If the Commandant's remark on production rates, kindly remind them that we received 3 different work orders from them. Vassal Master Smith of Durgan's Battery. A note on another hand is written at the bottom of the page. What does Exandru need with so many Forge Guardians? Keep an eye on him. M. We have placards over here as well. Another arquebus. You think you glimpse flickers of movement in this tarnished, clouded mirror. Wouldn't surprise me there. So I think the direction we want to go, oddly enough, is upstairs first. That voice does not like us being here. I think this is going to just be outside. Yeah, because it's a forge and mining operation. It means that a lot of it would be going downhill. Upper section of the side of the tower has crumbled, blocking access within. I think that's going to be lootable. Nope. Or we don't have the perception to get it. Bracers of all-consuming accuracy. I'm sorry. Oh, we have bracers of all-consuming rage on us right now. Okay, so that was just bonus stuff. So yeah, we pretty much just have to go into that main door there. I mean, you would expect movement in a mirror that you're in front of. Yeah, pretty much. But you wouldn't expect that movement to be something that's half your height and glowing red eyes, would you? And laughing like Chucky. How many ways has Chucky died, anyway? It's got to be a few by now. Let's see what path it takes. As long as it doesn't walk on the trap, we're good. It's you on Sunday night, so maybe. Laughing at your own sort of malaise of having to go to work on a Monday. Mondays suck. I'm a huge proponent of the 4 days on, 3 days off thing. That way you have 4 days of work, 1 day of recovery from work, 1 day to get the things done, and 1 day to actually enjoy. The 1 day you enjoy, you're regretting the next day you have to go back, but still, it gives you at least that 1 day to enjoy. Continue past them. Oh, God. Is this going to be... This might take it... I don't think it'll take as long as the actual, like, 15-floor tower we have. They're trying to run that here soon. 4 days of work, total 37-hour work week. Oh. See, I don't even mind a 40-hour 4-day. A 10-hour shift does not feel that much different than an 8-hour shift to me.
We can't hold them off!
Fall back!
I have a feeling there's going to be traps on this. I'm going to F8 on this. It is 40 hours if your company does not pay you for lunch breaks. Ah. So few companies pay you for lunch breaks here. I really do live in a rather interesting place. I'm really suspicious about the guys that spawn over there. We got shield walls. Battery defender is not going to be too scary. The ghost with them is. So what I think I want to do, we're actually going to fall back. And force them to come to us. They are armed with guns, I think. It might be crossbows. They're definitely armed with something ranged. Yeah, it's crossbows. There's one set down. Where's the third guy at? Just gotta thin him out a little bit before we deal with the whole pack of pain over there. Oh, I didn't mean to go all the way down there. You're not the one I wanted to do that with, but that's fine. Run away! Run away! Fly, you fool! Go ahead and drop chains out on him. Okay, so that is a battery siren, which I'm guessing is gonna be like the spirits that summoned shades and stuff like that before.
Love.
Go ahead and get ourselves that going out.
Beyond sea.
There's another one down. What did they cast on me? I think that was a buff on us from his chance. Oh, he's still just chilling down there. Okay, fine. Okay, so they're down. Can you guys attack him? Come on, take him out. There you go. I think that's all the enemies. Stormcaller leveled up. Kill 5 Kith Druids with Stormcaller, or kill 25 enemies with Stormcaller. We're going to get the 25 enemies, most likely. I am surprised that we were able to hit that far away. And that our characters didn't just try to run that way or something. Every bone in this skeleton has been snapped in 2 or more places. That's beautiful. Imagine if you were running just a melee character. And you couldn't get that last guy. Because I wouldn't be surprised if there's a fight in here. Oh no, there's story. Scattered skeletons lie prostrate before the shrine. Okay. These are undead of some description. Swords and helms have been laid at the feet of the statue. That doesn't surprise me either. Is that going to be trapped?
There, done.
Ogre Might, which is Might +2. And some topaz. Not bad. And yes, we can further enchant just the base armor and junk that we equip as well. Sorry, adjusting that. Okay, map-wise, we have the mines over here. We have the main hallway, and then we have the door. We're doing the no doors first strategy. So if a door is open,
Keep running!
heat from the level below prickles your skin. Thought that said pickles at first. Man, I'm beginning to think we should have awoken the other one.
Grave does the lot believe.
Oh, they can get petrified by ice as well. Lovely. You need to kill this thing. He's down on the ground. Go after that.
Lava will be on seek.
Grave does the lot believe.
Okay, so that one's down. Let's get up here.
Sacre tu!
Come on, get up off of there so they can come by.
Grave does the lot believe.
Okay, that wasn't too bad. We're a little bit hurt. I think we're still fine to keep going without using our rest. I am mostly just interested in figuring out where the various groups of enemies are. Oh my god, another message. Come on, keep moving. There is no way to turn off auto pause when you alt tab that I'm aware of. Otherwise, I would. That way we could move whenever I have to alt tab to check things. And I think I'm going to go ahead and have her do her bloop bloop bloop. Go. Just heal yourself up. There's going to be another fight in here. Considering all the screaming.
They're coming over the barricade!
Oh, man. Skeletons lie crushed beneath enormous stone slabs.
They rage and battle still, Watcher. We must be careful.
Only a few bones protrude from the rubble. They've been broken like twigs. Okay, I'm going to break my rule now. Because we've done the full loop there. It looks like there's going to be a major chamber here.
Losing ground!
What did we get spotted by?
They're coming! To the mines!
What spotted us here? Something here sees us. I don't know what it is. It's kind of intriguing, but also slightly terrifying at the same time. The workshop. We don't have the ability to pick that. So he couldn't have gone in there anyway. Ha! We didn't find any keys down here. I think we're reaching the point where our stats just aren't good enough. Yes, we'll deal with those guys down there in a minute.
Hold them off! Move!
Abaddon's gears. They're coming.
I'm feeling bad for them. Like, actually bad for them. It's like they're going into the back way on the workshop here. Bitter spirits, sure. Nothing too threatening, though. Yeah, bitter spirits are not that scary. As long as we can get up in their face, they can't do anything to us. There's a blue one. Iron and copper deposits are spattered with blood. Yeah, you can tell something awful happened here. It was not just a simple mutiny. It was everybody died. And the doors got locked. So anyone who survived, stuck here forever too. And yes, the petrified they're getting is a frozen. I don't know if there's a way to resist it, but... And I have no idea where that beetle came from. I think it probably burrowed. Rocks choked the tunnel mouth as if it caved in, or was purposely collapsed some time ago. Sneak attack bonus. So there still is no way into there for me. I think if we keep following the ghosts, we'll find the key, though. Because they were running away from that.
We're outnumbered!
I'm going to save before I touch that. An empty minecart sits at the mouth of this tunnel, waiting to be loaded with ore. Despite the condition of some of the surrounding tunnels, this cart and tracks appear to be intact. There's a lever at the base of the tracks. Look inside the cart. The cart is empty, if dusty and patchy with rust, and large enough for a group of kith might fit inside uncomfortably. Walk away. Actually, we saved. We can check it. If it's somewhere we don't want to go, or if it's just down... Okay, so that just ends up on the same floor if we do it that way. We got Durgan Iron Ingot added to it, and the Sigil of the Shield added to it. Dented minecarts and heaps of rubble block this tunnel. Okay, so it just goes to here. I do wonder if there was like an alternate place it could have gone, but that seemed good enough. Still hoping for a key.
Listen, you hear that?
They just said, listen, you hear that. Not saying anything else. I can't listen to them. Something was hastily scrawled across the page. It reads, key is to the best treasure in all of England. It's just a Greg's. It's not even to what they were actually getting at in the frickin' movie. We're trapped here, but I take heart in knowing you're safe now, safe below. When this ends, take whatever you can carry and leave for Fort Bonepicker at once. Take our nephew with you if you can. It's not safe here. Keep this with you. Your love, Erasmer. The other side looks like a poem, but it's obscured with dirt. Thank you for the hydrate. They didn't say anything else after... Hear that? Hear those noises? They're gonna get us murdered. Iron and copper deposits are spattered with blood, as is expected. A holy fire pillar trap. That one's actually gonna be fun if we use it. If we have the ability to use it. Okay, so that's a dead end. Guess we just keep following this path.
Are we safe here?
Quiet.
These ghosts are lingering, which makes me mildly nervous.
Hurry! We can hide here! They're going to come for us here, and...
The dwarf's remains lie on the floor, covered in dirt and swathed in cobwebs. Essence drifts nearby, hanging like in the stale air like dust motes. Reach out to the essence. Takes a little additional effort, but you manage to gather the floating essence to you. You work your way into it and suddenly find yourself immersed in the soul's memory. The shock hits you with an almost physical force. Your heart hammers within your chest. Other Pargunan rush past you, retreating or attacking. It's gotten hard to tell. You're running along a dark tunnel, pushing your overtaxed body as fast as it will go. Your heart pounds harder with each step. Concussive thumps echo above you. Each one seems to resound with your heaving chest. You pass the mines and reach the main hall. It's packed full of shouting, shoving, panicking dwarves. Even if you could reach the door at the other end without getting trampled or beaten to death first, something in the fever of the crowd tells you it's already locked. The tunnel behind you rings with screams. You had another dial for the door to the forge below, but it's locked in the workshop. On the other side of the barricade, the sounds of battle grow closer. You race to the mines, ignoring the building pressure in your chest. You scurry deeper into the mines, losing track of your path. The tunnels seem to close around you. You stumble and fall. You try to pull yourself up, but your arm is dull with pain. Even though you've stopped, you can't quite catch your breath. For the first time, you notice a squeezing agony in your chest. Darkness gathers around you. Key glints in the dirt next to the corpse's femur. Take the key. As you do, you hear screams of horror and fury. The dead Durgan's battery converge on you, their unnatural teeth and claws bared. I wish that wasn't up there so I could actually see. There we go. Thank you. Wraith and Spectres. You four go this way. Here comes something. It's a shade. You're stunned. You're stunned. Something is coming up behind us, which is not a good thing.
Love.
You stay on that one. The shade we can deal with these guys.
Seek.
Okay, you're no longer stunned. You're no longer stunned.
Beyond seek. Brave.
Oh, and they're just summoning nonsense. Boom. Okay, so that got rid of the that got rid of the shadow, not the shade. You're at 2, you can't do anything with it. You disintegrate that. So we got a key from that, which I think is going to be the key to the workshop. Sort by... Oh, wow, we don't even have the option to sort by latest. Yeah, we have workshop key. So we don't have to worry about picking that. There's something interesting to be in an aftershake of a dangerous event like this. Yeah, this would be a really good way to present a dungeon in a TTRPG as well. It's giving me ideas. Especially since the enemies are now active here. No, I want you to grab the treasure, please. I don't care that it's under your feet. I have a feeling each of the places we saw ghosts is going to try to attack us now.
Stop them!
Looky, I was right. Battery siren first. Oh god, there's a lot of you. Okay, so you go after that. You shriek at them. You do a blast through them. Magic missile. Might actually have to have you use real magic. Creates a burst of deadly force around the caster, causing any enemies in the immediate vicinity to take pierce damage. We're going to go with the bounding missiles. You need to do this number. You're only at a tier 1. Go ahead and war cry at them. Okay, so we've destroyed one target. She needs to probably figure out a way to stop the next target. I'm going to go ahead and get me some tentacles, like, there. Hopefully they actually summon in the right spot. You are going to summon an Audra. We're going to have to rest after this. So might as well get some friends. Target destroyed. Okay, so we've got those coming. You get out the worms, because that's once per day, I think. Once per rest, that's fine. And yes, we can actually edit our chants in here. I keep forgetting that I can. Go ahead and you do your burst. You have an idea for that, which is breaking into an old Kandrak vault. And I think I read somewhere that the vault or some sort of place that should only be opened by people it was built for should be maintained throughout it. So without spoiling too much, leaning on what is expected of Kandrak dwarves has to be used to make the heist Used to make the heist on the place. Like, the place should reflect who gathers there and their purpose. Yep. Oh, whenever I do dungeons, I'm almost always thinking of... basically, how would the people operating this use it? There's no point in just having a dungeon for dungeon's sake in most of my worlds. Where are our tentacles? Did we not summon tentacles? Or did we get interrupted while we were casting tentacles? Go ahead and heal yourself. You go ahead. You don't have it. You do it. You do it. You do it. You already did one. Liberate you. Beam through them. You actually just come down here and fight something. Or that. Well, she got taken down. I think she got 2 injuries from that too, probably. Considering she has the ability to get back up. Okay, you're badly injured. You're injured. She is back up. Go ahead and do that. You focus in on that. You keep fighting them. Think we'll be okay? Because all we have left is the big converted guy here.
Roak 10! Craved out.
I love that. 0.6 damage. Not even doing real damage to it. There we go. Think this is a good camping spot. Oh, there was another corpse there. Okay, so we should rest. We lose our bonuses, unfortunately. We get damage reduction bonuses in their place, but I'm fine with that. Okay, so we do have further down into these caves. We have further down here as well. But I think... we come out of here. All the Forge Guardians. Oh, geez. We are hearing things. I think we're going to have more enemies spawning in here. This is actually a really cool dungeon. I'm liking it so far. I have a feeling we're going to encounter an enemy that's going to wreck my shit in here. But the design of the dungeon is really well done. Winterwolf. Oh, this place has been exposed to the elements.
Craved out philosophy.
Do you have shitty summon? Yeah, you have shitty summon. Go ahead and drop him there. He's doing his thing. You do necrotic. You do disintegrate on one of the winter trolls. Probably the one at the back.
Be on seek.
Dog keep on the wolf. You guys hit the dog.
Roll.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good work up here. He's summoning his skeletons as well, which is going to be sketchy as hell.
10.
That dog's gone. Wow, that did not do as much damage as I thought it would. The disintegrate, that doesn't seem as worth it as I'd hoped. Let's go for free cast of that on the near death guy.
Lava.
There's another one down. Guys, attack that one. You focus in on there.
Beyond sea.
You go with ball since it's free. Think we do mind blades? We will go with it on you. Because those things will keep regenerating, but we can do a decent amount of damage to them to keep them from getting back up to full. And you. So what was in here? We were looking for a key in here. Were we not? Stone dial. This circle, okay, is this circle of dark stone is intricately engraved with various strange symbols. A small stone protrusion rises from the center to the outer edge, pointing outward. Freezing draft filters from a collapsed wall. It looks as if something broke through from the outside. You mean the things that were sitting in here, probably? Okay, +3 might for 20 seconds per kill, 5 damage reduction for 20 seconds per kill, and -5 deflection. So basically it makes you Berserker, is what that is. We got some more Durgan iron ingots. These scrolls catalog quantities of ore and minerals taken from the mines. Interesting. This map of the mines, but various tunnel and choke points have been marked off with arrows and X's. Looks like a hasty battle plan. Interesting. Yeah, nothing else we can loot in there. Okay, so yeah, I think you're meant to just go through here and discover this. I don't think there's another way in there. Because I think that one we have to go around like that. I think we want to finish clearing off this part of the mines, then come back and deal with this. Because now we have the key to go through all this. That almost sounded like a Left 4 Dead witch for a second there. You go ahead and summon that right there to deal with that idiot. You lay on hands. I guess you can grab that and toss it on her.
Into the...
More lay on hands. She's basically just tanking for you there. And then it's on to the siren. We just have a pile of corpses right there. Ghost corpses, but corpses nonetheless. How do ghost corpses work? I don't know. It's just what is. Go ahead and heal yourself. Because, yes, we still have the enemies just down there as well. And due to how much endurance and stuff she has, the between battle recharge for her is ridiculous at this point. Okay, so let's go find out. I'm not going to be going back up there at all, I don't think. I think it's going to do anything for us. We could possibly have like another encounter or something, but that's about it. What do we have down here? Is what I'm wondering. We have some spirits, which is fine. Watch this be just a tiny little alcove of nothing. That'd be about what my luck is. It is a tiny little alcove of nothing. Oh, dang it. Oh, Constitution +3. That's not bad. But it's still an alcove of nothing. We could have just gotten this while we were passing by before. It's fine. We're good. Just stretching my back real quick. How long is this stream going to be? I have no earthly idea. Pretty much until I feel like stopping. Which may be after we finish this entire White March. I was hoping to actually beat White March today. Don't know if we're gonna. Oh, they want to fight us, huh? This isn't going to end well for them. They're all doing the charges, which is fine. You go through them. We've got Archer, Priest, and Defender. The Priest is the highest priority. You go with that on them. You have Chains, which is going to go in on... I don't know which one they're targeting. I think they might be... Yeah, they're all targeting her, so Chains on her. That's going to... Oh, that one's already injured. You go after this guy.
Lava will be on seek.
You now have boost for us all. You drop this on the priest as well.
Lava will be on seek.
You keep up on the defender over here. These guys are going to go down relatively quickly because they're all just sitting on top of this one, taking crap tons of damage. You go with a pillar just to slow them down a little bit. Let's actually get the wall. Possibly like there. There's one down.
Lickna.
And that's just going to do damage as they sit inside the wall as well. And we should be good to just murderize them all. There's another one down. I love that wall, by the way, because unlike a firewall or something like that, it just damages enemies. Super useful. Firewall is awesome, and it's a cool spell, but so much better whenever you have a spell that only hinders enemies, as opposed to being just a battlefield impairment. Many of these bones have been ground into grit. They are bone meal now. Let's go ahead and we will patch you up. Breastplates and cuirasses are all smashed or bent beyond further use. Shattered like pottery. Oh, I see something there on the ground that's making me nervous. A heavy bronze suit appears to have been ripped apart, its pieces scattered across the floor. These are going to come back to life. I'm calling it now. F5.
There, done.
Blasphemy!
This feels like it's going to be a puzzle that is going to kill us. Inspect the stone carving. One hole punctured in the bottom of the circular depression. Its edges seem worn, as if something had scraped against them. Above the depression, stepping on the corpse of the vanquished foe, a dwarf holds his own helmet high and... no. Two holes puncture the bottom of the circular depression. Their edges... okay. And this one is a puncture in the... 3 holes puncture the bottom. And our key item is... this thing. Intricate of various strange symbols. A small stone protrusion rises from the center to the outer edge, pointing outward. I guess we could just save scum it. Because I don't get what it's trying to get us to do. They do not fit together. So that one's done. And each of these are a different one. So I have assuming that we get these. I'm going to save before we do anything with this. I'm going to touch it. Binds with Rogue and Priest. It's a melee weapon. 3DR bypass. Shadows ooze and pull around you. Cool.
These are Abidon's treasures.
That's what I figured would happen. It doesn't trigger until you've taken the stuff. So we just need to find the other sigils and put them into their proper pedestals. I figured as much since the other ones are still active. So we just need to find 2 more. Question is, where are they going to be? There is a key.
Let us in! They're coming!
And then they died. As you approach the door, you notice a round depression with the surrounding frame. The molding around the depression is elaborately carved with a row of foreign symbols lining the top edge of the circle. Examine the socket. Place the stone disc. At first, the disc does not seem to fit. Until oriented a specific way, you hear a quiet click of the casing as it sinks into place. Nothing appears to happen right away, however. On the disc itself, an arrow-shaped protrusion points north. Peculiar rattling behind the wall. The door is still locked, but feels like it's a step in the right direction. So it's left, south. So it's southwest, east. That was just dumb luck on my part. White Forge. Okay, so we've got that one. I have a feeling we're going to get more discs down here. The other way we can do this, I can just be a jerk about it. Seeks your aid in defending his keep from rivals. He leaves in 8 days. Can we make it back there in time? I think so.
These are Abidan's treasures!
Can you make it across?
You profane Abidan's sacred ground!
Pray.
Lava! Lava!
Let's go with bouncing nonsense. Chains of nonsense. Actually, shrieks of nonsense. You keep doing your chants. You drop pillars on their heads.
Love.
I think they're actually just killing themselves in here, because I think it's not hitting me through the wall, but it is hitting these guys. You go ahead and do another shriek. Okay, so everybody else attack that guy. And then him.
Braved out Philothelim.
Do we leave here just to get back in time for that nonsense?
Braved out Philothelim.
We have the footstep thing going on, which is about 90 types of irritating. Do another one, rest. Because I can't just send randos in to do thing over there. We do have days to get back, but I might forget if it's between sessions. So I might have to be reminded that we have someone needing help defending their stronghold. What is down in the forges? I don't know. We got in, which is more than anybody else has done. Let's see.
Together. We're in this together.
Yeah, this is going to be bad. Because this is like their final stand.
I'll organize the troops to guard the stairs. We can hold them off for a while.
Vazo's repairing the Guardians. Ilune's preparing for the...
You can't be serious about this. Let's just wait those monsters out. Abidun wouldn't let us...
Abidun rewards earnest work, not begging and cowering. We must hurry.
Touché. All the dead people. I am really suspicious that those are highlighted.
We'll hold them off as long as we can.
Something pulled this construct apart like a child's toy. A wall. This wall was a yard thick and solid stone, yet something broke through it.
Arm yourselves, soldiers!
This is not going to go well. I don't think we have a key for this. No. And look at how much XP we are getting as well.
We'll give ourselves for the battery.
Will you really give yourselves for the battery? Holy butts, nope. What is with that pincer attack? I actually think we want to go do that defend the dude's stronghold thing before we do this, because I will forget, and I know that this is going to take me more than a couple hours to do. So we will go do that real quick. We've seen some dialogue here. I'm going to go take that out, and I will come right back here. I know it's a bit pulling us out of the story, but unfortunately, I know how my brain works, especially since we probably will not be playing this again for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. At least 3 days. I will forget. Because tomorrow we have Divinity Original Sin with a Gablin, and then we have that on Tuesday as well. Monday's me still catching up on rendering, unfortunately. So yeah, I have to go do this, otherwise I just won't. And it will count against us. I hate that it's in the middle of this, because this is actually really compelling, and I'm enjoying going through this dungeon a lot. This is a really well done expansion, and while the outside parts are just kind of like, these are distractions, this is a good dungeon. This is a really good CRPG dungeon. And I want to drive that home, that I think if we didn't have the interruption from the stronghold, it would feel a lot better too. Because we've had to go back, I think, twice now for stuff there. Which is a little bit weird, but we'll be okay. We'll just encounter enemies on the way out. And I would love to just sit here and dig through all of it. Oh, Alania's discovered something. What did you discover? Why do you keep discovering something? What do you keep discovering on this little bit here? Is it this? Is it the trap that you are constantly telling me about? And yes, I know I keep calling the main character Alania instead of Eliana. Mainly because that's actually a name that I choose for the characters a lot. Here, just in case it locks me out. I'll save there. Because if it locks me out of this place, I'll need a way to get back in. Otherwise, we won't be able to do White March. Loading. Okay, quickest way out is there.
I would not expect some sea wench worshipping sea wench to understand.
You still upset about building a god-killing bomb?
On that fickle whore's orders.
You go digging through fire, you're gonna get burned.
We have the awful footstep thing again. And I can't escape it. It will go away whenever we get to home. Because I will save and load. I just don't feel like saving and loading right this second. Deerwood, Cade Nua, accept. I don't know. I really wish I knew what caused that. So I could just set up a hard fix to it. So I would never have to deal with it again. But I don't know. I've never done modding on this game, so I don't know how it's set up.
This place, as beautiful as it can be with the absence of children.
Okay, quick saving. Yep. And now quick load, so we don't have to deal with it. And yeah, this fixes it. I think there's another way we can, but that's also a bit of a pain.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
But yeah, the White March. At first, I was only just like, it was okay. I'm liking that dungeon. I just wish I didn't have to come out here for this nonsense. This happens in the Pathfinder games too, where I'll get really focused in on, oh, this is a really cool segment. This is awesome. I'm enjoying this a ton. And then the kingdom management thing comes in and interrupts it. I have to go do that. Come back. So it's basically like, here's this really cool segment that I could just dig my teeth into and just engage with. And I get distracted because there's something that has a time limit on it back home. Hello, Lord Sidrock. Let's hear it. As I'm sure you are well aware, wealth has a way of birthing enemies. My fortress is beset by thieves. I'm sure one of these lesser nobles is after my treasury. This is the stink of jealousy upon it. It will be weeks before I can secure my holdings, and by then it'll be too late. And I haven't the connections to hire mercenaries on such short notice. I'll see these jealous rivals. I'm not sure. Does this mean we're going to help him do it? Or does this just mean, hey, do your thing? I'll see that these jealous rivals are dealt with. I'm sure Alzorath can handle them discreetly. Thank you, my lady. It's an enormous relief. That's all we had to do. I thought we had an actual fight here. And you are... You have important matters that require my attention. What are they? Send an escort with you. Eater's assigned to that one. Alzorath is assigned to that one. They're going to leave me alone, hopefully, from here on out for a little while. At least, maybe. Let's go ahead and grab this while we're here. A lot of stuff added to our stash. I'll worry about what's in there later, because it's not of great importance. Especially considering we're at 52 grand. We're building up money a lot faster than we're spending it. That's fine by me. Now back to the dungeon we actually are enjoying.
Last thing the deer foreign colony.
But yeah. I really am liking the... Let's go ahead and accept that. White March, Durgan's Battery, accept. We could stop by and get another, like, normal rest. I think we're fine. With our damage reduction and all that. That was not as much of a distraction as I thought it was going to be. In the Pathfinder ones, it can be mildly arduous. I'm going to hope that there isn't a respawn between here and there. Because otherwise, we are not in a formation to be conducive to this. I don't think there is a respawn point. There might be one here. And there could be one maybe here. Trying to remember where the enemies actually spawned. I know there was some up here. And I don't know what the requirements for the respawns are. I should go see what the overall rating for the White March is. Because so far it is, despite the first part being kind of just, oh, here's some side quests, blah, 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 blah. The main quest has been a lot more compelling than the main quest of the original game. Because here's a cool-ass little dungeon you can dive through. With some interesting lore. What hopefully will be decent loot. We shall see soon enough. Because I think we are on the final stretch of it. I want to beat it today. Question is, will I have the energy to go for what I'm guessing is going to be another 2 to 3 hours? Still a little bit of coffee left. Oh yeah. The main quest build-up is almost always going to be slower than the expansion ones. But I'm enjoying it. How's it going, Shinra? But yeah, this one, I think this particular dungeon, I do think some of the mechanics levels are a little bit off for where it expects you to be, because I think they expect you to be like 7 or 8 as far as your level here. And there's like mechanical doors that require double digits to break through. I think that's a little bit off. But beyond that, the rest of it's been really good. It's been very well put together as far as just this dungeon specifically has been really good. I think this game might actually be worth getting just for White March if you just wanted to do White March so far. Because this is, there's always going to be little flaws I could pick out, but this has been a good dungeon for me. This is what I'm looking for in CRPG dungeons. Actual multi-floors, actual depth, actual backstory to things you're running across, good lore buildup that's kind of sprinkled throughout, as opposed to just front-loaded like a lot of them do. Some of them are front-loaded, some of them are back-loaded, some of them are you have to read all the books in the place. Very few are actually peppered in the world quite as good as this. Baldur's Gate 2 did a pretty good job of it in most of the places, though. So, okay, so we have... Can we go up this way? Yes. We have multiple paths through this place. Well, I wasn't wanting to walk in there. I was wanting to look at that. It would require at least a dozen Amawa to move even one of them. Dang. A dozen dudes. So I think the path we want to take through here is again...
Guide us.
Avoid opening doors unless absolutely necessary. Until we get to the point where we can actually make some progress with these areas. The being flanked part down in the very bottom part was a bit rough as well. Where did you go? Oh, you're there. You're fine. Okay, let's get some of our free shots out. Oh, we have operatic. This isn't like a proper... This isn't Sephiroth. But that background music for a second there was getting ready to go One-Winged Angel, I think. Okay, so you guys are a little bit dinged up. You'll be fine. go ahead and reduce their accuracy for a minute. You go with your corrode. Probably on that bitter spirit. They are causing havoc with whatever he is casting. Okay, so we've gotten rid of 2 of them. I don't think we want to waste our spare resources on this just yet. Okay, so there's 2 down. Wraith next. And then we take down the sirens. Touch you. You're doing an AoE heal.
Into the fray!
And yes, we did just convert that one. It's not going to be friendly for long, but... Oh no, they paralyzed her. That's fine. Free nonsense. Definitely quick save after that. Let her recover a little bit. Look for traps. Always look for traps.
There, done.
Another overseeing ring. They are giving us all of the overseeing rings. This gilded globe has been crafted with exquisite detail. Mountains of hammered gold rise over mirror-smooth seas, and the rivers that carve the continents are as thin and neat as if they'd been carved with a razor. That would actually be a really cool aesthetic. Inlay probably... Actually, I'm not sure what you'd inlay down into the oceans, but actually make it a mirror on those surfaces. It'd be really hard to do and actually have it be smooth. 3 perfect sapphires mark the location in Rotai, Old Valia, and the Living Lands. The bronze band that circles the globe is inscribed with 3 repeating lines. Remember all Pargwen, from the oldest before you to the youngest who follow you. The rounded sapphires are just large enough for you to press them with your thumb. You test them and feel some kind of spring-loaded mechanism beneath them, but you can't determine anything further. Leave it first. Okay, so they come from, I think, the Living Lands. And they go to nope. Living Lands, Old Valia. Oh, they were in Old Valia first. And that opens that door. So this is probably progress. But we have a very large map here to deal with. Treasures. That looks like a Fallout color scheme going on there. We've got Evasion and Constitution Belt. We've got a spell damage multiplier gauntlet. I think our might is probably more important for us. Woadwis. Purge of toxins. Immune to poison and disease for 30 seconds. That's not bad. Nature's Mark is just an auto cast on hit or crit. That is a nice looking axe. I approve of that one. And some scrolls. I mean, that was good for just pressing some sapphires randomly. And what does that one say? Meditate on those who came before you and those who go beyond you. Remember your father and last your younger brother, but now all peregrines as kin. We are related. Like brothers and sisters. And the big trick is I just don't want to get attacked and flanked like we were whenever we were looking down yonder. I can deal with swarms. I can't deal with being flanked. Because most of our attacks are monodirectional. They're not just like, oh, here's a Nova that doesn't hurt our allies. The ones that are Nova will wreck our allies too. You are going to go with a Shriek. And I think we just chill with this. You're going to probably want to do another one of those. Surprised that actually didn't do more damage, but it's still got a ways to go. You drop out. Tentacles there. Okay, they are actually taking out these guys a little bit quicker than I thought they would. I am happy with that. You hit him. Just to chain him in place. I think they can take out the little shield wall guy pretty easily. While we take out the siren? And I don't know what the range of these tentacles is. But yeah, I think... No, this wasn't even the group that had charged us from behind. Yeah, it wasn't even the group that charged us from behind. This was just similar composition. And we're still pretty good on our resources. We haven't had anyone go down, so we don't have the penalties. And we still have most of our patch-ups. Yeah, we have 1, 2 of our other patch-ups, and we have 1 self-patch-up on our tank. And there is screaming in the background. That's kind of unnerving. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be probably our final area there. Definitely going stealth route. Because what I think is we're going to have a big room here that those guys came out of.
We'll stand ready, Commandant.
Stand your ground!
I'm just getting the little bits of lore as we kind of just sneak through this place. It's another door. We're not supposed to be able to see that, but it's another battery defender. Edges are blackened. And gritty with soot. So that's probably another trap. It's probably that right there. Okay, so those guys are the ones we see right there are the ones that pincered us.
Fetch our best armors. They must stand up to the heat.
Right away, Master Vazel.
Does he have anything else to say? These pliers, picks, and awls were made for shaping metal. Dried blood flakes off of them like dust. Cracked skulls and splintered bones lie in a jumble. Most of the remnants have been ground into dust. There's the armory key. That's an important find. Yeah, most of the ones that we don't get keys for are relatively low level. So I guess maybe that's part of the design. They want you to go find the keys.
There, done.
Audra's sphere is the appearance of an eye. That is a quest item. We are picking up a ton of quest items here. And I'm really curious. Making me even more curious. Yeah, before we go do that, I'm going to see if I can spot the trap here. I can almost guarantee that's the trap.
Quickly, there's not much time.
Yeah, which way is it supposed to be? I mean, we'll probably have plenty of time to explore this area.
Elune, we've never introduced this much essence into the White Forge.
Abidan gave us the tools, Vazel. We've got to make them work.
Books and pages scrawled with equations and measurements of essence are scattered across this table, as if somebody went through them in a hurry. Primal flames. On the Binding of Souls, the margins of this text are scribbled with notes and references. The ink-stained pages appear to have seen much use in earlier times. The removal and transference of souls is a practice both ancient and sophisticated. There is evidence that the Ingwithans were particularly adept at this, yet few details have survived them. Someone scrawled Annals of the Paragunan, page 3826 below this paragraph. What is known is that the removal of a soul is a difficult process, and one that requires an expert hand and precise tools for any chance of success. Early attempts on a test pool of 138 goats left most of the subjects with maimed or fractured souls. In all but 2 of the 11 instances where the soul was successfully removed, the essence dissipated before scholars could capture it. The words, "transfer to holding vessel," are written and underlined in the margin. The process requires conductive materials, copper and Audra, specifically. Immersion in water is important to ensure that the soul is drawn in a steady and uniform manner, with no distortions or breakages. A warped soul is, at best, useless and at worst, unpredictable. An arrow points from this paragraph to a scrunched note, extraction pool in CR, 18 foot wide by 3 foot deep. We have since mastered the process of soul transference and have seen the benefits of infusing forged work with the essence of animals and wilder. What remains to be seen is whether we might see greater gains from using the souls of Kith, where we would procure the appropriate subjects, and how much personality and autonomy we would want to leave intact in such cases. The string of notes winds around and below this paragraph, beginning with criminals, prisoners, or prisoners of war, volunteers, and ending with forge guardians in block letters.
There, done.
Actually, don't touch it just yet. That is an interactive event, I think. Your skin prickles as you approach the vat. It teems with soul energy, with lives spent and stored thrice over. Essence roils like a churning water, running over ancient pipes and gears. But there, within the vat itself, lies a heavy stone disc, rune engraved and pale as bone. Reach for the object. Dies. You feel a chill run up your arm the moment your fingers brush the disc's surface. Whispers erupt from the stone around it, and out of the choruses rises a single, steady voice.
Stop! These methods belong to us, to the Pargrunin!
What is this?
Years of toil, the pride of a generation. You would steal from us? From the...
Abidan himself. You will regret your trespass.
You're grinding, clicking noise in the hall. Something moans and snarls outside. Did we actually get the item, though? Yeah, we did. An Audra disc. I have a feeling we have a fight. Oh, and it is a pincer attack. Lovely. You guys attack that one. There's 2 of them we actually need to summon. Yep. Summoning friends is going to be vitally important in this. You don't have any friends to summon, but you can do that. Okay, so we actually have allies out. He's summoned those already. We need to do one of these. Back towards them. Yeah, this group needs to just take out the shades and nonsense behind us so they can focus on helping the tanks up here. Drop that in on him. You are getting beat up pretty hard here. Everything go after that Spectre. Drop out the heal there. You focus in on that. These will fight these idiots up here. Things are trying to teleport away from us. Let's go ahead and get Skelly Bros down here. I'm just trying to see what probably is the best way to deal with these guys. We're gonna have to rest after this. That's kind of a given. You go with concussive? Just to get that thing off of us? Yeah, they don't like us stealing from them. That's kind of a given. They haven't liked it since we first came down here. It's fine. You go ahead and start whacking on that since you can't find a path to the other one. She got stunned again. Why? They do like focusing on her just because she is relatively squish. But I don't really have a way to deal with that. And you are still stuck like that. Okay, you're back up. Let's see if we can get you to really take this one out. Okay, so there's another one down. Spirit and Shade down there is pretty wore off. Let's go ahead and drop that. Can you play that out, please? Yeah, the human skeletons are going down. That's not a problem. You drop a scarab up here. You guys are basically 2 against 3 up there, and there's 4 against the other ones down here. He is casting something. Thunder might actually not be that bad. Do your AoE heal as well.
Suck!
They are wrecking her shit. I'm sorry, that's driving me nuts. Go ahead and pop that on you. That spirit, I guess we're going to have to send you down here to help. Because they are going to knock out our main character. Yep, there goes our main down. Our tanks are doing most of the work here, funnily enough. I knew that was a trap before I even stepped on it. God damn it. Oh, and she's back down again. Definitely gonna have to rest after this one now. Everybody's paralyzed. Why? Okay, we're gonna go... Do we have anything good for dealing with them? Cleansing holy fire at the enemy and purges of protections and speeds its doom. Does burn damage over 6.8 seconds. Barely injured on the 2 of those. That's not good. Guess we'll do a fire on you.
Lavaru beyond seek.
Barely injured again. And she's stuck. Oh, and this is healing. Why, game? Why are you this way? I don't think we actually win this one. I think we just keep getting stun locked by things that are just healing themselves. Can you go up there and fight? Oh, he's summoning skeletons again. Groovy. Seriously, why? We keep getting stunned. Thanks for not actually using the ability. Well, we're down 3 people now. Guess we revive the Fallen somewhere in here. Can I hit both of them? Where even is she? You're there. You're there. So yeah, revive the Fallen there. Here comes probably another stun attack. Oh, the Spectre's back. Do you have anything that can help us? That's badly injured. You don't have anything that can help yourself, even. Just trying to think of what I can do. Because this is only going to heal like 50. Okay, so you're coming back up. We need you to cast out tentacles or something to slow this down. Or to distract it. Could do concussive. Bloody hell. Yeah, we need to get less enemies in here. Okay, so there's one down. Oh, he just had to use that right then. Okay, send up the skeletons. Send up the skeletons. What? I'm not wanting... I want you to move there. The rest of you can attack this. Great. Yeah, their crowd control in this is brutal. Great. I think we might just pull this off, but we're going to have to rest immediately afterwards. So, all spells on deck. Concussive.
Lavaru beyond seek.
I don't know why their AI keeps breaking and why these can't figure out how to walk around us, but good lord, my son. It's like their AI breaks as soon as that thing does a teleport, which is really bad. Because that means that it's able to just shut down my entire party that's targeting them as soon as they do their just basic teleport ability. Okay, can we have all of you come back here? F5. We have something else going on here. Payday. Oh, I don't care about that. Rest. Rest. So that's the second one of those circle things we've gotten. I think that's the things for the mace that we got. Hey, you guys go after the shield wall. Hey, you come down here. Can we get it through the doorway? We cannot get it through the doorway because our AoE, that is stupid. We can't shoot a ball that is smaller than us through a doorway. Drop that. You just go for necrotic on just whoever. Chain on you. Because not even he can figure out how to get an attack through that doorway. We'll swap you over to ranged, back you up. Yeah, these guys are not as scary as some of the other things we've encountered. Keep going up there. You go after that one. Yeah, we've just shut them down hard. Because they just don't have teleports, so they don't break our AI. Okay, so we have defender, defender, and defender. So yeah, no priests. Not in this group, at least.
Roak 10! Crave thou Philothili.
And done. F5. Yeah, those vessel bones, we're getting a lot of them. We're not using them for anything. How many do we have? I think a few hundred vessel bones. We have 159 of them. Think we have enough to craft anything we could ever want, and as far as like vessel bones and stuff go. Okay, combat started somewhere. Oh, it's more of these. Just keep going after that.
Roak 10!
There is some shadow right there that's disconcerting, but I don't think... Yeah, they just stop choosing to attack as soon as that teleports, because I think what it's doing mechanically... This is just a hunch. I could be completely wrong, but it feels almost like the game is saying... despawn this unit, spawn new unit with same stats, if that makes sense. On like the game level, that would cause it to behave like this. I don't know if that's exactly what's going on. Star pattern crack radiates from the center of this table as if a hammer or mace smashed. A pair of skeletal hands protrudes from beneath it. That's kind of sketchy.
There, done.
And we have 10 deflection against range attacks and mirrored image 3 per rest. That would actually be kind of handy, because that gives us a massive deflection boost. For just a little bit, but not... It's a minute. That's longer than most battles last anyway. Okay, so we've done that. We have this room here and the armory left to do. Is this a thing we can read? No. Why didn't that room close?
We'll give ourselves for the battle.
There we go. Because I remember it closing whenever we passed by it before. Yeah, as far as this, we basically have armory, that room. Seems like there might be something hidden there, but maybe, maybe not. And then just the big rooms over here. Okay, we got Spellbind, which is another knockdown belt. Deflection, gauntlets, and some brigadines. Just some junk. And some useful stuff. I'm really concerned those are going to wake up.
The records are here. Keep searching.
Is this safe, Curate Loon?
No, it's necessary.
Histories lie open and abandoned. Some are missing pages. Ancient scrolls have been yanked out of the shelves and left on the floor. Some more spell scrolls. Torn scrolls and books with broken spines litter the floor below the shelves. Another ogre mite. Another bit of the history of the Pagrunen. I'm going to mispronounce it no matter how many times I hear it. Okay, so nothing in there. I think the door closing was just to draw our attention to it. Okay, as far as where I think it wants us to go for the actual story, it's going to be down there. So I think this is a side interest here. We're going to go in here first.
Strengthen us with your flame, Lord Abidan.
Temper us for the crucible ahead.
Now the question is, are there going to be traps in here? For every work there is a practice. Arm yourself with skill and temper your labors with pen. Let's start that over again. For every work there is a practice. Arm yourself with skills and temper your labors with patience. Strike only when your medium is ready. Do not cold work plate. Brittle steel is worse than a treacherous friend. Temper your work lest it shatter like glass. Fools praise appearance, but master praises strength. True virtue lies in work well done. Pattern welded steel shall be folded no fewer than 7 times. The finest smith cannot shape poor metals. Set your hands to seals that have been properly treated with charcoal. Like a room full of discord is a forge with uneven heat. Do not let it pervert your metal. This is basically just advice for the forgers. Okay. See what's in here. It says it's trapped or not. Another Audra sphere. Bronze statue of Abaddon stands over incense, ash, and rusted metal tokens. It feels like that should have stuff in it. Or at least it doesn't let me click an empty chest and just find nothing. Okay, so it seems like we've done everything else we can here. All that is left is to go down in there, where all the screaming is going on. So I think it does get louder as we get closer to it. Okay, so that's a non-area. Awaken the forge. Oh, this is going to be a fight.
There, done.
This is going to be an actual fight. Bones chipped but whole have been swept into a pile.
The Guardians will hold the door as long as need be.
Everyone else is ready. So few of us remain.
Lord Abidan, guide our hands and steel our hearts. Give us the mercy of your forge.
And this is only part 1 of this. The pillar tugs at your essence. A pulse from the world itself moves through it. That is stairs to somewhere. You tokens, filthy coins, and tattered ribbons have been scattered in this bone pile.
Abidan worshippers. They pray to metal and ignore the fire that shapes it. Little wonder they didn't survive.
The interior of the forge is crusted with dark rippled stone. Minor spellbind to combusting wounds. We're getting duplicate items, which is a bit odd to me. I don't think we want to mess with that just yet. I'm going to go up the stairs first. I have a feeling we're going to have to fight those 4 there when we relight that. I think they're going to wake up and they're going to want us dead. I can almost guarantee they're going to want us dead. Wait, is this just a shortcut out? It's just a shortcut out. Okay, that's not that bad. I'm wagering we just do a grappling hook across. Or something like that. So this is going to be one hell of a fight. I think we have all of our charges and all of our everythings. Once per sleep, yeah, we have our summons available. So nobody needs to be crouched down. I think where we want to be. I think we want you there. Want you there. We want to be centralized kind of like this. You'll probably do the forge, I think. If only I had a 3rd tank. Large stone dragon skull stands silent vigil at one end of the circular chamber. Within its maw is a network of steel dividers, tubes, and vents, indicating that this impressive construction served as the furnace for the White Forge. There's a shallow basin at the foot of the furnace, and in the eye sockets of the skull itself are some golden rings, evidently meant to house some manner of gem or instrument. Place an Audra in the left socket. With a little climbing, you're able to reach the eye socket with a careful wedge of the sphere into place. It fits snugly, and you think you sense a small ripple of energy in the eye it's set within. With a faint vibration through the skull, it grows in intensity until the very ground seems to shake. Loose cobblestones rattling in their settings, you leap from the furnace to confront what is coming.
What stirs in the heart of the battery?
Climb into position and carefully set the Audra into the golden ring in the center of the skull. Okay, blah, blah. The air shifts almost imperceptibly around you. The Audra you have placed suddenly blazes with orange light, fading from a blinding brightness to a vibrant glow of a campfire. Thin smoke rises from both orbs, and in the depths of the furnace you think you hear the rattling of machinery.
Heat. Tremors. They return.
This is gonna be when the fight starts, so let's do a quick save. Place it in the center. Place a stone disc in the basin and find that it fits perfectly within the hollow. Before your eyes, the disc turns of its own accord, rotating this way and that, before finally sinking into position. From deep within the furnace comes a startling metallic screech, as if some hidden mechanism has come to life. From the vents around you rises hot, stale air, the glow of rising fire. A gust of hot air erupts from the stone dragon's maw. Molten ore drips from the basin and dark billowing smoke begins to gush from between the skull's fangs. You hear another rending shriek, but not of machinery. Around you rises a chorus of howls, bodiless voices raised in rage and despair.
Remember yourselves, Pargrunen! Defend the battery!
Oh, they're fighting us too. Okay. Well, you are fighting that. You are fighting that. Actually get some summons going, too. You drop to there before you go fight. You don't have a summon, so you are just going to bash that thing in the skull. You summon some worms. You can't see past the table, apparently. That's going to go help you. Summon Horn there. You summon some wooden friends. You summon some shades of gray.
Braved out.
Okay, you guys go after that. You guys go after that. We're going to just bombard the living shnikes out of you. Guess they have teleports of some sort. Yeah, they're getting attacked in here. Not by a lot of damage, but enough that we can kind of deal with them. You chain her. Can we get that on everybody? No. Because that won't hit him because we can't get line of sight.
Lava.
Wow, they just beeline towards him. Okay, so I think they're gonna do okay there. This guy's injured. This guy's barely injured. I don't know who he's going after, but that kind of sucks. Product Lance. You're doing guarding flames, which is fine, I guess. Guess she couldn't get the chains off. We'll do chains on him.
Lava.
Yeah, I want them to go after these summons, not after our allies.
Beyond.
I just need to rein in the chaos a little bit. These should be... Yeah, these are vessels, so that actually works to our advantage here. Do that instead. Because we want to get up to 5 on you. Concussive. There. That'll free up another one of our allies. He is not doing well. Because this Forge Guardian right here is going to wreck his shit. Go ahead and mend yourself there. Why can't we do the tentacles? Is it because we have another summon out or something?
Sucker!
Okay, that's badly injured now. It's getting peppered by a bunch of stuff. I don't know what spell he ended up using. I think it was the Thunder. You're coming in on her. Not what I want. think we've got this, but I'm not sure yet. It depends on what goes on right here and right here, I think. This fight, I think we do okay until this guy gets up there to join it. You guys come up and get him. That's our summons going down. That means that the fight has been going on for, I believe, like 10, 12 seconds. That means you should be able to summon tentacles. Run away, disengage. You go after that one. Ah, damn it. They are just pursuing her like crazy, and it is beyond irritating that she just can't get out of the, like, circle of pain in the ass. Pass that, please. Yeah, our healer's gonna go down, which is bad. That is the main thing that just cost us this fight. If we lose this fight, it's because he did not get off his heels, and for some reason, they all just focus fire on him and our mage. Which is beyond irritating. Because, yeah, you'd think the giant character chopping your head off would be kind of distracting. It's not. There goes down our mage. Okay, so we've failed this one, probably. We don't have any revivals on us. Because the only one that has revivals is him. You have to have clerics for it. Or you have to have a paladin with that particular ability. We don't currently have that. You go with that. Yeah. You're on a 4. Go for wisps. You could attack something. It doesn't matter what. If they're injured, we only have 4 enemies left. There's our summon. Okay, so he's still only just injured. Not badly injured, just injured. She's about to go down. Go ahead and summon more skeletons. There. Okay, so that's another one that's near death at least. Why is he not dying? Okay, so you killed a human skeleton. She's down for good now. I don't see what it wanted me to do here, is the real annoying thing. There was no good path for me to actually defend against them. Yep, we're gonna have to F8. There's no winning that one. We can't do enough damage going out. We have to get a different position. The question is, what position is that? I suppose we could go hide in the hallway and make them come up the stairs, but then we'd have one character just exposed in the middle of all that. Because the person who's doing this stuff has to be next to it. Oh, I totally didn't want to just select my entire crew. Thank you. Let's get up here. So who's the most likely to survive this? Thinking you. Yes, he has less life than our barbarian, but he's faster. We'll save like that. And run like hell as soon as we do this. We'll see if it lets me actually select him fast enough.
Remember yourselves, Pargrunen! Defend the battery!
Go, you dumbass. Do not stop. You disengage, you keep running. That is your solution. Okay, so now we have them in our line. You summon some wyverns. You summon some beetles. And then we focus in on you first. The Brainiacs go down first. Yeah, just getting into a position can oftentimes change the entirety of a freaking battle. You drop that. Oh, we... Come on. Don't do this to me. Oh, and that's not going to hit them because they're on a slight incline. The crap. And hey, Adam, how's it going? So stupid. We've had that issue before where we'd actually end up casting something into the stairs because it was trying to go... I was trying to shoot upstairs. That's biting me in the ass. Actually, we'll do this instead of that. You go with a nice little shot to the face there. You just keep charging up your stuff. You're going to go for disintegrates. You attack there.
Mow it.
They're casting stuff on us over there. Casting confusion, which is going to suck. Okay, so there's one down. Take you next because you're next in the front. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Oh, he broke through, you bastard. No, you guys stay on him. Nope, it just turned all of my guys confused. I even took the mental resistance passive, and it's not helping. I know it's possible. I just need them not to successfully confuse every single person under my control. That just doesn't work for me. I don't have enough gear to prevent it from getting them all. It's not accessible by this point in the game. If it's even in the entire game. Place a stone disc, blah, 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 blah.
Remember yourselves, Pargrunen! Defend the battery!
You run this way. No! Do not stop. Okay, get up here. Everybody start dropping out your summons. I'm gonna drop that there. You drop that there. You... If you're gonna do those, do them in the right spot. He's gonna summon them right next to himself, which is just absolutely worthless. Shades go there. And everybody start dropping all your nukes down there. Let's go with... Do I have anything here that will keep us from getting... That's only charmed and what? Dominated. That's not charmed and confused. And that's a single target one. Otherwise, that'd be great. Oh, that doesn't have confused on it. Does anything protect against confused? Paralyzed and petrified. Deflection bonus. I don't think we have... Granting immunity to confused and dazed. Okay. Drop that there. And you start wrecking their face. Rest of you who are up here, go in on that.
Lava will be...
Okay, so he's doing that. You don't have disintegrate yet, so just keep attacking. Yeah, they're not injured yet, because we haven't really gotten a turn to do anything. Because everything's just going off because they can rush us and just spam us. I don't know why you're doing that. There's nothing close to you. Where are you at? You there? Yeah, you're there. Go with... You didn't get those out, so let's go with tentacles. There? You dropped out the immunity for a little while, I think? Yeah, we have that for 25 seconds. So we are going to go with... that at... you. Keep attacking. I tell her to attack and she just randomly decides to stop. You're stuck in the middle of that, so we'll cause some chaos. Let's do that one. Yeah, we haven't even damaged them really yet. We've done a little bit with the Andmat down there. The Zoltan one is the one that's going to keep doing the confuses and spells. So knock that down. Yeah, it's hard to tell what all is going on in this cluster of nonsense. Everybody there is paralyzed. That guy's gonna keep being a pain in the ass. How many seconds do we have left on that? 18 seconds. We go after you next. Get skeletons out there. We're actually going to do a psychic howl like that. And they're immune to it, apparently, I guess? Okay, you... We get tentacles out? No, you did not get tentacles out. I don't see any here. Yeah, I don't know why we're failing to get tentacles out so often. Maybe there's a block on the floor or something. I don't know. But it is just a thing that we keep running into. You keep attacking. And I think we go for the stomp. Yeah, the worm's going to go down. We've got distraction with the Audra Beetle there. This is the only guy that's a real threat still, because he can confuse us. So as soon as we get that down to about 10 seconds, we need to...
Lava will be on sea.
Which should be about now. We see that come down.
Lavaru be on sea.
Okay. Now he needs to cast it again. There. Do we have any other summons that we can bring out? I don't think we do. Oh, we have shades. Bring the shades out. Go after you next. Did we cast that again? No. Cast it. Okay, there's another enemy down. We have... I think we have a forge guy in there, or he just went down. We have one there and one there. Let's go after you next. We're about to lose her. We need to do bonk. 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 If we can actually get them to trigger them. I think they're stuck in an animation right now, but that's fine. You already did yours. Did you refresh it? Yes. Slam on you. Slam on you.
Love.
Okay, so there's two more down. Last one to go is the Zoltun guy. We won! Is that the entirety of the fight? We get a bunch of Engwithian shields, which are kind of garbage. So let's save. See what else we have going on here. Was actually a pillar tugs at your essence, a pulse from the world itself moves through it. That's what it said before. Okay, so we've lit the forge. We still have a bunch of that metal as quest items. Yeah, we have 7 of them. We still have the stone dial. A few other journal things as well. But you won. What do we have left as far as our quests go? I don't know. I need to figure out how to use it. Well, we figured out how to awaken it. It's awake now. Don't know how to use it. I guess we just go back and tell them, hey, we turned it on. We started the engine, my folks. We started the engine. That's the only thing I can think of. We've got the door open. We cleared out all the garbage. We've done everything on every floor. Yeah, all that's left is to leave. The crumbling edge of this long platform suggests that there were once stairs leading down from here, perhaps joining with the pathway some distance below. It seems manageable to jump from here on this side, but you'd be able to return the same way. Jump across. And we would have gotten the bow up here. We might have an encounter here. I hope not. Okay, thank goodness. I don't think we do. I'm surprised we didn't have anyone go down on that third try. Okay, so let's go this way to leave. Pray we don't have an encounter down here. That looks like a trap. Right there. If it is, we've just walked around it this entire time. So we've set fire to I think we've actually finished the first chapter of the White March. I think we've actually done that now. The question then becomes, do we go back to the main quest line or do we do chapter 2 of White March? I think we go back to the main quest line for a little bit. Because White March has been fun, but we do have things we want to get done there. And we're what, level 11 or something now? I don't know what else it wants me to do. I started the forge. There's nothing else there for me to click. Yeah, I got through the front door. There's nothing left in there. Unless I'm missing something. What am I supposed to do, game? I found the legend. I need to figure out how to use it. We already turned it on. I mean, we can turn in this guy's quest. Disciples of the True Flame. We got a couple new quests. Oh, and the rest of the old Durned Hunting Lodge were last seen in Russetwood. We got 2 new bounties there. I guess we could go talk to Galvino. But I think, considering we're at 7 hours, I'm going to go ahead and call it there. We'll finish this up next time. I'll look up and see if there's something I'm missing. Because I really don't know what else it wants me to do with it. I suppose I could wander through the area and see if there's something else to click on there. But, on that note, we will save. And if you guys enjoyed this, be sure to follow and all that fun jazz. And I will see you guys next time.